200 years, that's how we've called the Great American West. From cowboys to boomtowns to shootouts. Wild has always fit. Even now, not much has changed. A culture mixing power and explosiveness with luxury and excess. Big hitters and big spenders. Welcome to the American West.
Live from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, Comcast Sportsnet Houston brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight, the Astros open a 3-game weekend series against the defending AL West champion, Oakland A's. Good evening, everybody. Gorgeous night. The roof will be open all 3 nights this weekend for Bill Brown, Jeff Blum, and Alan Ashby. And take us back to your days playing against the Oakland A's in interleague play at that time, Jeff.
Yeah, that's how long ago it's been. And I was actually on my first go-around with the Astros in 2002 when we ran through Oakland and had a chance to meet them. So if familiarity breeds contempt, we have no contempt for these guys that we're going to be playing in the next couple weeks here. But we have a chance to see what's new. I know when I faced them, it was the Mulder, Zito, and Hudson crew, but now it's a totally different ball club, much like ours. So it's going to be a fun road trip and a finish to this homestand.
Been a while since the Astros have played the Angels and Mariners as well as the A's. And Ash, as we've seen the Astros in these first 3 games, we've seen very good starting pitching.
We have that. And coming out of the spring, it looked like the starting rotation was in good shape. And they have certainly proved that they got the work done during the course of the spring. But Norris got the nod for opening night, and he pitched very well, picking up the lone win now in 3 games. But Norris, surprisingly, the only guy to give up more than 1 run. That was a pair of runs against a very tough Texas Rangers club. But he did pick up the W and pitched well. Lucas Harrell had game 2, pitched on the corners, changed speeds all night long. Doesn't strike out a whole lot, but he pitched well. Nonetheless, took the loss, allowing just the 1 run. But it was the same story for Philip Umber. Went out and pitched the way you want your number 3 guy in the rotation to pitch, but again takes the loss, allowing just 1 run on the night. A tough series against a very good pitching staff for the Rangers.
Tonight, it'll be Brad Peacock, who came in a trade from Oakland to Houston. A deal made just not too far before spring training. Now, there's been another deal in recent hours between these two. Julia Morales will explore that in just a moment.
Comcast Sportsnet. Houston, this is the first of a 3-game series, and the A's and Astros have only played 6 times in their history, and it's been a while. This is the first time these American League rivals will meet since 2007, but there has been a lot of recent history between the two, the latest happening when Astros traded minor league outfielder Jake Gobert for left-handed, he's going to be a relief pitcher, Travis Blackley. That happened yesterday. He came in late last night. He's expected to be long relief, as I mentioned. And earlier in the offseason, Astros sent shortstop Jed Lowry and pitcher Fernando Rodriguez to Oakland for Houston's left fielder Chris Carter, as well as the guy on the mound. That's Brad Peacock facing his old team today in his Astros debut. And coming off a great spring, winning that 4th spot in the rotation with a 2.78 ERA. Now he spent 2012 with the A's AAA team. That was in Sacramento. So this is actually his first major league start since when he was with the Washington Nationals back in 2011. So one of the big keys for him tonight will be controlling those nerves. All right, coming up, first pitch around the corner on this beautiful Friday night under the lights.
Jack in the Box today, and try the new hot mess burger. It's loaded with spicy jalapeno, onion ring, and gooey pepper jack cheese. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. It's a gorgeous weekend in Houston. The roof will be open all 3 games this weekend. As you see one of the big downtown buildings in the distance. And you'll see a lot of orange tonight as the Astros take on the Athletics in game 1 of this 3-game weekend series. And it's a 2-series homestand. The Astros will hit the road after the Sunday finale. Here's the starting lineup for the Oakland A's. Managed by Bob Melvin. It's Coco Crisp in center field. Jed Lowry, the former Astro, at shortstop. Josh Reddick in right field. Yoenis Cespedes in left field. John Jaso, the catcher. Chris Young of Houston, the DH. Josh Donaldson at third base. Eric Sogard at second. And Nate Prime in the first baseman. There's the former Oakland A, Ash, Brad Peacock.
Brad Peacock earned a spot this rotation during the course of the spring. Did a very, very nice job, as did the other starters. And we've seen the starting pitching be the strength of the club to this point. But in this course of the spring, 2.78 ERA. That is not easy to do during the Grapefruit League schedule. 22 2/3 innings. So he got a lot of work in, and now trying to be ready to stay in this rotation throughout the season.
Jeff Blum, you like the new orange uniform tops?
Actually a big fan. It's going to be nice to see Chris Carter in left, Justin Maxwell in center, Rick Ankiel in right, Matt Dominguez, Marwin Gonzalez, Jose Altuve, Brett Wallace around the infield. Jason Castro is going to be receiving what Brad Peacock has to offer.
And it's the fleet-footed Coco Crisp to lead off and playing center field for the A's. And the third baseman in tight, Matt Dominguez. Crisp can really fly. There is strike one. Peacock, and Jeff, you had a chance to see him this spring. He looked really good this spring.
I thought he looked great. I know in 2011 had fantastic numbers throughout the course of the season and a cup of coffee with the Nationals, and then gets traded over to Oakland and has to deal with pitching in the PCL, which wore on him a little bit, which it does on most pitchers out there because the ball really flies. But spring training looked like, can you say vintage 2011 Brad Peacock?
Well, that's the Bo Porter vision of Brad Peacock when he was with the Nationals, going 2-0 with a 0.75 ERA in 3 games. Last year, all in the minors at Sacramento, 12-9 with a 6.01. So, the Astros are kind of erasing that from the blackboard and giving him a fresh start.
Well, I think when you pitch in that PCL, you've got a chance of having a rough season one way or the other, and that's obviously one of the aspects of that league where with the hitters, if they're hitting 300, they may not be having a real good season. So I think you have to take a look at the numbers and be very careful about how you assess them.
And it's obvious he hasn't lost much of his stuff. Still got a great fastball. Just like he used that high fastball right there, probably set up this off-speed pitch right here.
Ooh. And that's hammered toward the right field corner. Rick Ankiel over, and that ball is hit out. A leadoff homer for Coco Crisp. Number 1 of the season for Crisp, and lightning strikes early as Bob Melvin's A's have an early 1-0 lead.
Yeah, got him 0-2 through that high fastball, made him change his eye level a little bit, and then came back with the breaking ball like we had predicted, but obviously way too high in the zone, and Coco kept his hands back and drove it out of the ballpark, keeping it fair.
People talk about this ballpark being favorable down the left field side, but if you hit it straight away to right field, you can certainly take advantage. Coco Crisp, not a big home run hitter, but you could see that zone up with the slow curveball, and that's just not going to get a whole lot of outs.
Jed Lowry's come out of the gate smoking in his first series. There's ball 1 of the former Astro, and prior to that he was with the Boston Red Sox. Lowry, for his first 4 games, is 6 for 13 with a homer and 3 runs batted in. He also has 4 doubles. Astros shifting him around to pull on the infield, and it's a 2-0 count for Peacock.
8 total bases in his most recent game. These Oakland A's will surprise you. They'll score about the middle of the pack, at least last year in the American League, but they don't hit for a high team average.
Lowry takes, and it's a 2-ball 1-strike count to Jed, who was involved in the Brad Peacock trade, along with Fernando Rodriguez, who unfortunately is going to miss this season with Tommy John surgery for Oakland. That's clocked to center field. Justin Maxwell heads back in the wide open spaces. He takes care of the long out, number 1. It's a good thing the A's did pick up Lowry, because their Japanese-born shortstop Hiroyuki Nakajima is on the disabled list. Bob Melvin in his 10th major league season with 636 wins, 630 losses.
What a year he and the A's put together last year. A 500 first half at 43 and 43, but the second half they absolutely turned it on. 51 and 25, and wound up winning that division. Just a phenomenal thought when, having watched that season in the American League West, you just didn't look at the A's as the team to win it.
Josh Reddick hit a long homer yesterday. He's 2 for 13. He had an 0 for 11 start. Check out this beard, Blummer.
Yeah, I think he's a distant relative of some of those guys on Duck Dynasty, man. You know what? These days, with the way the hair is being grown out and some of these beards, we need to start getting an all-beard team going.
Yeah, well, he's the leading candidate. Looks like he just came down from the mountains.
Big lumberjack. Knocked down a tree and built his own bat and stepped in.
It's a part of a competition. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Josh was challenged to a beard competition on Twitter with WWE star Daniel Bryan, and Reddick began growing his beard in November, but Bryan started on his a long time ago, and Reddick said it's not going anywhere. He's going to keep this beard. And a fan vote ultimately will decide the winner between those two. Even when it gets hot this summer, Reddick claims he's sticking with the beard. He said, "You can't let me shave because I've got this challenge."
I wonder what the over-under on crumbs is going to be when they shave these things off, man. Something get lost in there. You see my cell phone?
2-2.
He got off to an 0 for start, and that's when he made that comment about, I'm not shaving it off. I'm not superstitious. I'll go ahead and run with this thing.
He had a pretty good day the other day. Home run, double, couple RBIs.
He's a heck of a player.
He led them in homers and runs batted in last year. 32 homers, 85 runs batted in. Won a Gold Glove.
He's kind of that classic Oakland A's hitter. When you look at the overalls for this club, doesn't hit for the high batting average, but hits with a lot of thump.
Yeah, at first look, you wouldn't assume that he's one of those big power guys, but he can actually create a lot of leverage with his swing and drives the ball really well all over the place.
Reddick takes the walk.
There he is. He's in the middle.
Brownie, you stay up with that show?
Absolutely. I'm all over it, pal. What are these guys' names anyway?
That is a great question. I've seen the show a handful of times, but I could not rattle off who these guys. I think
Larry Moe and Manny. I'm not sure who the fourth is.
He fits right in. And he can run, too. He's aboard for Yoenis Cespedes, a .214 hitter with 2 homers, 4 runs batted in. This guy really injected a ton of power into the A's offense last season, coming from Cuba, signing a multi-year deal. He was a big player for them. Good outfielder, too. Played a lot of center field, but this year he's in left. Hit 23 homers. He drove in 82. He did not go hitless more than in 2 consecutive games all season last year. 27 years old. He signed a 4-year deal for $36 million to join the A's. Peacock missing there, and it's 1-1. Brad Peacock is from Palm Beach, Florida.
Cespedes had actually, as you mentioned, grown up in Cuba. He headed on to the Dominican Republic, where he was setting himself up to have a chance to come play in the U.S. And boy, has he taken full advantage. Great player.
Yeah, I'm anxious, much like most Houston Astro fans, having played so much in the National League. You don't get a chance to really watch these guys throughout the course of a season. So I'm kind of excited to see these guys in person, see what they've got.
2-1. We have the names of the Duck Dynasty cast. Here you see the profile of Brad Peacock and his trades. He's been involved in a couple of big ones, working his way back from that minor league season. Let's see, we have Phil, Willie, Cy, Jace, and Corey. That sound right to you?
Sounds great.
Okay.
You had me fooled. You got to sell it next time, Brownie. You got to, a little more conviction out of it.
You're right.
That's pretty good. Pretty good from memory there, Brownie.
That was just a rehearsal. Let's do it again now. Reddick back, and Brett Wallace taking the throw there. So the Astros with the orange tops tonight, and of course the Saturday night uniforms will be coming along, back to the white tomorrow, and then the blue tops that they wore in spring training on Sunday.
Actually, I thought I saw Billy Ray Cyrus in that group.
Hard to tell, right? There's the ball underneath the chest of Reddick.
Imagine the hidden ball trick Josh Reddick could pull off with that beard.
Slip that ball into the uniform and take off running.
Brett Wallace tried taking that beard off for him right here.
Yeah, he did.
You know what? If Brett had made the catch here, he might have had an out.
I agree.
Yep, right there. That out was presented.
He was out.
That's where having the left-handed first baseman can make it so much more advantageous defensively.
Completely agree. That's a tough tag for the right-handed throwing, left-handed catching first baseman to catch it and then drag it all the way back to the bag.
That makes it 2 balls, 2 strikes to Yoenis Cespedes, who had a number of key hits late in ball games to help the A's to wins last year. He's the 11th Cuban-born player the A's have used in their history. And his family has now come to the United States. 14 members have arrived from Cuba. They fled with him 2 years ago. They had taken up temporary residence in the Dominican, and now they're here. So he is even more at home now. It is bright up here, Blummer, with that reflection off the building in the distance.
It is perfectly aligned to get right into my retinas.
Look at that.
That's the one. I'll be calling the rest of the inning from underneath the desk.
There's your retina display.
Yep.
John Jaso is on deck. The A's changed their lineup not too long before game time. When they were doing some reassessing, they thought that the Astros were going to be pitching a lefty tomorrow night, Eric Bedard, and they found out they were not. Runner going, swing and a miss. Here's the throw high and not in time. Castro's throw high. Altuve tried to get the tag on Reddick, but he got the stolen base, and it was out number 2 on the strikeout.
Golden opportunity to get the strikeout, throw him out, double play, but that throw just a bit high. Been seeing some good work from Jason Castro. That's nice quick footwork, everything good, but the release left it high. Still close. Obviously, for an infielder, you're always trying to get that tag down on the lead foot.
Yeah, it's tough when you got to elevate like that, grab the ball and come down and still try and realize where the runner's at and put that tag on him. Good effort, just a better call by the umpire.
John Jaso, formerly with Tampa Bay, was traded to Seattle after the 2011 season. Jaso, a good offensive player, looks at ball 1. Jaso is 29 years old from Chula Vista, California, and the University of San Diego. 2 for 9 in the early going. Last year he hit 10 homers and drove in 50 runs with Seattle, and then Oakland got him in a 3-way trade this January. Fastball with some pop, stays up high, and it's 2-0.
That high fastball has some ride to it. You can see some strikeouts that could result with that pitch.
Yeah, he just got Cespedes on that rider up in the zone. And he had really good life on his fastball in spring training. That's what I was most impressed with, because most of these guys you don't know about, he's got a fastball, but he really lit it up in spring training, throwing in the low 90s consistently.
Sometimes you see this kind of fastball and you anticipate mid and even pushing upward in the 90s. Doesn't always translate. Well, I love the job that Jason Castro has been doing behind the plate, blocking pitches, just steady keeping the glove down and using that chest protector.
Oakland lost the first 2 games of the season to Seattle and then roared back to take the next 2. And another walk, the second of the inning, puts Jaso on at first for Chris Young. Peacock struggling here. Leadoff homer by Crisp. 2 walks. With 2 outs, he tries to get Young now. There's the way it went on the final day of the season. And the A's clinched the AL West by beating the Texas Rangers.
That crowd makes it look like the Raiders are playing on this particular day, and that's a play that generally gets made.
They were 5 games back with 9 to play, Jeff. It's just amazing. Yeah, having had these guys in town and then rehashing what they went through last season and watch the Oakland A's beat up on them in that last series of the year was pretty impressive on both ends. Both bad for the Rangers and the way they let the West get away like that.
They were 13 games back in that division on June 30th and wound up winning it. That's tough to turn around.
It was just incredible, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just a standard Oakland September, though, isn't it? I mean, those guys for the last 5-6 years, it seems like, have always made a September run.
Chris Young, 2 for 6 with a homer, is the DH. Coming from Arizona in a trade for Cliff Pennington and Yordi Cabrera. And that was back in November. Young's a fine athlete. There's strike 1. Chris, 29 years old, born in Houston, went to Bel Air High School where he was first team All-State. He has had some really good games against the Astros down through the years as a member of the Diamondbacks. Last year he had 325 at-bats, had 14 homers. He had a big year in 07, 32 bombs and 27 steals that year.
It'll be hard to repeat. Playing in Arizona, great hitters ballpark. Playing in Oakland, especially with the night games, one of the tough ones. In fact, all the way up and down the West Coast, if you talk from San Diego, Anaheim, LA, Oakland, Seattle for that matter. Probably the toughest of the ballparks for home runs.
Yeah, those coastal cities bringing that humidity late in the evenings, and especially on that bay where Oakland is. Yeah, Chris loves him some fastballs, and he'll chase some out of the zone every once in a while. And found a little bit of a weakness with the slider away, so we'll try and see where this thing's going. But it looks like that late life is sneaking up on some of the A's hitters here. Just try and work on keeping that thing in the zone.
Yeah, Peacock's not quite finishing the fastball where you see the catcher Castro setting up away on the right-hand hitters. It continues to run in and high, just not finishing.
Foul tip strikeout, and that'll do it here in the first inning to Chris Palmer, giving the A's a 1-0 lead, and Chris gets number 1 of the year. Astros coming up with this lineup for Bo Porter. It's Jose Altuve at second base, Brett Wallace at first, Chris Carter in left field, Carlos Pena the DH, Justin Maxwell in center, Rick Ankiel in right, Jason Castro the catcher, Matt Dominguez at third, Marwin Gonzalez the shortstop.
On that pitching side, Dan Straily, right-hander who came up with the A's last year, pitched in 7 games. His only 7 games as a big leaguer, and a guy who utilizes the fastball more than anything else. At least that's the word to this point. You can see 16 walks allowed in less than 40 innings. Probably not impressing the skip with that figure. But 32 strikeouts. He also led the minor leagues in strikeouts a year ago.
And around the outfield for the Oakland A's, Yoenis Cespedes, Coco Crisp, Josh Reddick, who was a Gold Glove winner last year, Josh Donaldson at third, Jed Lowry at short, Eric Sogard at second, Nate Fryman at first. John Jaso is going to be receiving Dan Straily.
Dan Straily probably is going back to the minor leagues after this start tonight to make room for Bartolo Colon. Fastball strike one to Jose Altuve, who in his first 3 games has hit .417 with 1 RBI. That's because Colon comes back to start in tomorrow night's game, and they need to make room for him on the roster. It's no balls and 2 strikes. Straily, a 24th round draft choice in '09. He's from Redlands, California. Went to Marshall University, and that was the only college offer he had. He was cut from his high school team, and yet, as you said, he led the minors in strikeouts last year with 190.
I thought Michael Jordan was the only one, the only big star that was cut from his high school team.
Not the only. But last year was the first time above Class A for Dan Straily. And he gets a strikeout to open. Punch-out's the story for the Astros in the early going. That is their 44th strikeout in the early days of the season. They set a major league record by striking out 43 times in their first 3 games. Brett Wallace comes up next. He is 1 for 10. Brett said it's not necessarily always a disadvantage not to have faced the opposing starter, but it always makes a hitter feel better if he's got some kind of a book from a few at-bats against him.
I have a feeling that book is going to include a lot of breaking balls, because that's what Wallace struggled with so much in that first series against Texas.
Yeah, I went up to him today during BP and gave him a hug, and I said, hey, dude, it's going to be all right, man. He saw a lot of filthy sliders.
Astros had a workout yesterday morning, and they worked on situational hitting. 2 balls, no strikes for Straily. Just over a year ago, Straily and A.J. Griffin were in a car headed for Double-A Midland to open the season. That's how things changed so drastically in that Oakland organization, with both of them winding up in the rotation at the end of the year. They had 5 rookie starters by the end of the year.
Well, the Oakland A's, probably in good part because of their ballpark being so pitcher friendly, they tend to have awfully good pitching numbers year after year. And that despite the fact that after the pitchers put up good seasons, they wind up moving on to another club.
That frequently happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, it seems like the pitchers in the A's organization, once they get anywhere near arbitration, those guys are ready to jettison them off and try and regroup with some young talent.
Strikeout number 2 in a row for Straily. Chris Carter back to Oakland A's days. They had a very good ratio of homers per at bats last year for the A's.
Yeah, the Bay weather didn't affect him too much at all. He's got some man-sized pop and is able to drive it through a lot of these ballparks. Even in Minnesota, it's a pretty large ballpark, and he's hitting them into the bullpen out there. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch Chris Carter get hot for us and start driving the ball out of the ballpark like he can.
Yeah, humidity's got no chance against this stuff.
Carter takes strike 1, looking for his first hit as an Astro. 0 for 11 with 7 punch-outs. 16 home runs last year for Oakland. Fouls that one away, and it's no balls and 2 strikes with Carlos Pena on deck. Chris had a rough start to his major league career. He was hitless for a lot of at-bats before finally coming through. He rocks this one to center field. Crisp coming in for it and diving and can't make the catch. And that ball wasn't hit as well as it sounded, but he's aboard with a 2-out single for Chris Carter.
Doesn't hurt being a big guy that takes a big swing. You hit it off the end of the bat, and it just will fool any outfielder. Coco Crisp, a guy that's done it well for a long time.
He's waving the trainer back
there, yeah. Spiked himself into the ground, but Chris Carter muscled that one into center field, dropped it right in front of Coco. He was airborne for quite a while, landed a little sideways. Seems to be all right and heading back out there.
Not a bad way to get your first hit of the season for Chris Carter.
Coco was stirred and shaken on that ball.
Yes, he was. I think he's a serial defender.
2-out single, and Carter's aboard for Carlos Pena, who's been on 11 opening day rosters in his career. He is 2 for 11 in the early going. And the shift is in effect, as we commonly see with Carlos Pena at the plate. Now Lowry is going to move over. He's asking the bench for instructions here. He's going to be on the first base side, as you see, of second.
Carlos, another exit A in the ballpark.
He's a little more upright from what Dan Radisson was saying today. They worked on some things yesterday in that session they had during the workout with John Maley, the hitting coach, to get him a little more upright at the plate.
I wonder what the logic is. For me, the logic of being upright is to get your eyes leveled off a little bit and give yourself a chance maybe to drop the barrels directly to the baseball.
That's what he mentioned.
Yeah, because we had talked about that earlier, or in this last series, how he was underneath a lot of those fastballs, chasing them, not being able to catch up with them. So maybe standing upright to get those hands above the baseball, hopefully, and maybe changing that eye level, lay off the pitch even, and take it for a ball and get a better pitch to hit later in the count.
Problem is, you still have to keep the hands above as you approach the baseball.
Blummer just checking back. You have Carlos Pena, former A. He was there in 02 for part of that season. I'd forgotten that. And he's also been with Texas, Detroit, Boston, Tampa Bay, and the Cubs. 2 balls, 1 strike. Straily is known for his command of all 4 of his pitches: fastball, slider, curve, and change. And his slider in the past has been one of his best pitches. Not so much this spring, we understand. 2-2.
I bet you Carlos Pena in his lengthy career has told himself over 1,000 times during an at-bat, lay off the high fastball, and yet so tough to stay away from it.
Another amazing part of baseball is you can go in that cage, take as many swings as you want for as long as you want in that cage. The second you step in the box, it's like vapor. I mean, it just turns you into a black hole sometimes, and then you continue to do the same thing. So it takes a lot of practice to take that mentality into the box.
Could be like the practice tee to the first tee.
Second, third, fourth, yes.
Now that doesn't mess you up, Brownie, but there is a factor out on this baseball field, and you know, if you get somebody pitching to you in the batting cage, to me it's helpful, because when you got the machine in there, the ball comes out from a lower trajectory, and it, as soon as you walk to home plate and look at a pitcher out there, all of a sudden you're changing that whole view that you have with your eyes.
Pena's down on strikes, and Straily strikes out the side with no runs, a hit, and the man left. After 1, the A's lead at 1-0.
To provide that 1 run, the Houston Dynamo invade the Pacific Northwest, hoping to clear-cut the Portland Timbers. Houston at Portland, Saturday, April 6th at 9:30 p.m. only on Comcast Sportsnet. Your home for your home teams.
Do you draw a red card for clear-cutting?
Clear-cutting, you know, I'm just starting to figure out the whole thing there, and I'm starting to get the bug.
Athletics 1, Astros nothing after 1 on a Coco Crisp leadoff homer on a 1-2 pitch. And then after that, a couple of walks for Brad Peacock, but he got young, and he did strike out 2 in that first. Now it's Josh Donaldson, 1 for 13. He's made himself into a good third baseman, a former catcher. He lays off that one for ball 1. Phil Garner's here. He works with the Oakland A's. And he and Bob Melvin go way back. Good to see Gar again on the field for batting practice. In the air, and center fielder Maxwell freezes. Now over a little bit. Oh, this is a beautiful park with a roof open, guys. Just terrific.
I would say it stands up among the best looking ballparks around Major League Baseball. We're going to see a good one coming up as the club heads to Seattle.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that ballpark too. City's great. They did a great job with their roof, but Minute Maid for me is definitely one of the top ballparks in all the league, and a lot of the friends and family that I've had float through here throughout the years have raved about it too from a fan standpoint.
Eric Sogard, the second baseman, is 1 for 8. Jamal Weeks played some second base last year for Oakland. He failed to make the club this year. He had been sent down last year as well. The A's really were a team causing changes on the fly last year, but it certainly worked out well for them. Pretty unusual the way they did it, and they won 20 more games than they did the year before. Well, that is rare. They and Baltimore were the two real surprise teams, making that huge quantum leap from what they had done in 2011.
Which is impressive. I mean, both the AL East and the AL West, two tough leagues, and those guys nobody counted on jumped up and overtook everybody.
And then people expected Oakland to collapse there with the experience of the Rangers that last week, and they failed to do it. 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, experience really only helps when you're winning, which is, an odd way of saying that. People tend to rely on those cliches a whole lot, and a lot of times they're just not true.
And sometimes being a young guy, ignorance is bliss. Throw caution into the wind and go out there, play hard, and beat some of these teams.
It certainly worked for them last year.
But this year they've got the expectation and the target of being the AL West champs on their backs now. It's going to see how they react to that.
Good point.
And the fact that the Angels picked up Josh Hamilton. I don't know how much else offensively they've added, but that's a club that'll score a lot of runs. Texas looks like a very good one, and their pitching was brilliant.
Line into right field. Sogard picked on a 3-1 offering, and that's hit number 2 for the Rangers. For the Oakland A's, I was thinking about the Rangers because of their game today. They beat the Angels, and Josh Hamilton really catching it for remarks he made over the winter about Dallas, Fort Worth being a football town. He just refused to take those remarks back, but the Rangers fans were all over him.
It's a tendency to happen when those big superstar guys spend some time in a city and then move out. I mean, they could take anything he would have said and turned it around on him, but unfortunately he stood behind him and he paid the price for it today. But that's the nature of the game.
Now Nate Fryman, who was with the Astros in spring training as a Rule 5 draft choice, moved along to the A's, and he is 2 for 3 as a major leaguer with 2 runs batted in for Nate. 26 years old, from Wellesley, Massachusetts. He went to Duke University, and his wife is the LPGA golfer Amanda Blumenhurst. Waiver claim by Oakland sent him from the Astros to the A's. The Astros were trying to make a deal with the Padres. They had picked him from San Diego's roster in the Rule 5 draft, but in order to make that trade, he had to get through waivers first, and Oakland claimed him.
Yeah, he's a guy that I was really rooting for to be able to hang on with the Astros, because I think there's a lot of potential, which can be just a dangerous word, in this bat. Watching him take batting practice and the way he went about his business in spring training games with Houston this spring, I was very impressed. He also caddied for his wife on the LPGA Tour. He said she didn't give him a break at all. And that was a caddy not to mess with for the other caddies, by the way.
Aren't too many 6'8" caddies out there. He had a good view of those elevated pins, no doubt.
Tough time getting down there to read the greens, probably, though.
Yeah.
Pins on the back, babe. You sure?
Very nice young man who had a big year at San Antonio last year in Double-A. He fouls it back to the upper deck. He hit 24 homers and drove in 105. And that jump from Double-A to the big leagues for some is difficult, but a lot of people think, well, if you can come up with numbers like that in Double-A, you're right on the verge, Plummer.
Yeah, that's when Double-A is usually around that area in the minor leagues when guys start showing if they have that big league potential, because a lot of talent goes through Double-A. They put some of those top prospects in that league to really see if they can prove their worth.
I'd put more stock in those numbers than PCL numbers.
Good point.
That's a very good point, actually.
2-2.
Nothing against the PCL, but typically the history of
it
is just the ball flies out. It's a hitter's league completely.
Normally, left-handed hitting Brandon Moss would be playing first base against a right-handed pitcher like Peacock. His wife is about to have a baby, we're told, and he might be leaving at any time.
Fryman got a hit in his first major league at bat a couple of days ago.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The Astros had a nice long look at him, and Well, they were tempted to keep him on their roster. They do have another Rule 5 pick and made the club, right-handed reliever Josh Fields. It's very unusual when a team keeps 2 Rule 5 draft choices in the same year.
But when you're trying to come up with good young talent, I think you want to keep as many of those guys around as possible.
Right. This is the 4th 3-ball count for Peacock. And he gets it above his hands for a strikeout. It's number 3. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Peacock running a pretty high pitch count here in the early going. Steps back and gathers before facing Coco Crisp for the second time. Crisp hit that leadoff homer. He's at 21 balls and 20 strikes for 41 total.
Yeah, he's missing with that fastball up in the zone pretty consistently. Maybe overthrowing that curveball at times, getting in the dirt, but it's going to be a tough night for any pitcher if they can't locate their fastball down in the zone.
The radar gun may not be totally in love with this fastball, low 90s, but I'll bet the hitters would tell you it explodes more than that would indicate.
Stopped by Castro on ball 1. Well, the A's, when they lost at home against Seattle, had lost 9 straight opening day games to tie a major league record, and then they lost game number 2, but they've rebounded nicely. They're beginning a road trip which takes them on to Anaheim after this series. And the Astros will be in Seattle, as you guys were mentioning. That'll be their opener on Monday at home.
Yeah, and as much as Astro fans and Astro players wonder about their travel, I mean, it's just as tough for some of these teams like Oakland and Anaheim, like Oakland being here today the next 3 days and then having to make that trip back to California and play in Anaheim.
I think the A's might have the break in the division where they can kind of bounce north and south a little bit, where the Astros and Rangers, for example, every time they play in the division, they're heading west. Other than with each other.
2-0. I would think what's really going to be the payoff as far as these other AL West teams for Houston joining the division will be on those times when we'll say the A's or the Angels or Mariners come into Texas and play both Texas teams.
Yeah, they're definitely, I haven't looked at their schedule, but that's hopefully and usually the way those computers pump out those schedules, is allowing those teams to get at least 2 short trips in between those long trips to the Central or East Coast.
Those computers that do that scheduling, are they getting 3 square meals a day and a good night's sleep on all those?
They are not, and I don't think they care.
Yeah, based on some of the scheduling I've seen through the years, I think they're losing sleep on occasions.
And looking at some of the CBA agreements, I wonder if the computers are reading some of these CBAs that are signed, because I just saw the Diamondbacks made a trip and had a night game in Arizona and flew all the way to Milwaukee in the middle of the night. So, it makes for interesting times all throughout the year.
That is a strike, and it's 3-1. Originally, apparently there was miscommunication on Bo Porter's starting rotation, because the story was put out there in spring training that the Astros would go with a 5-man rotation regardless of days off, and Eric Bedard would be the 5th starter. So all along we've been saying Eric Bedard would start tomorrow night. Bo said before the game tonight, no, that was really never the plan. We're going to have Bud Norris on the mound tomorrow night. Eric Bedard's in the bullpen. He'll pitch Tuesday. And there's a walk to Coco Crisp. That's the 3rd walk for Peacock. Castro out for a moment, and Jed Lowry will be in the box.
I don't know what's going on with Brad Peacock, but sometimes when you face your former teams, you have a tendency to get a little more excited than you normally would against just any old Major League Baseball team. But sometimes you want to go out there with a little extra incentive to prove to the team who traded you away that you've still got a little bit. But you hope that Brad Peacock can right the ship here and get us out of this inning and move on towards this game. But throwing 25 balls out of 46 pitches is not a good start.
Yeah, I think I'd be inclined to think that the big league atmosphere is probably the big number 1 factor.
In the dirt to Lowry, ball 1.
Smooth time after time by Castro on the pitches in the dirt.
He is, isn't he? He's made a lot of plays.
Unfortunately, we're getting to look at it a lot, but he is doing a great job.
Look at the glove stay down, and to me that's an enormous keep. And if you can keep it down on the ground, you turn into Mike Matheny, where it's just a machine-like blocking machine behind the plate.
And it's good to see he's not getting complacent with it. He's still aggressive going after the man blocking. You see some catchers, oh, I got a couple of them under my belt, I'm in good shape, and then try and, you know, glove it or a little lax and getting over and blocking it.
And the way he's working at it, you see time after time how close the baseball stays to him.
He really had his body turned the right way on that. Is it a matter of trying to get your chest to square up with where the baseball is headed, Ash?
A lot of times what you do is you'll try as best as possible to get your shoulders to square up with either line that you are sliding toward. Now, if you're straight behind the plate, keep it squared up to the mound itself. But the big thing to me that Jason Castro is doing awfully well is keeping the glove down. That softens the body and the baseball stays close.
Okay.
But if you slide to your right, if you're Jason Castro, close the right shoulder toward first base, and vice versa on the other side.
Fly ball right field toward the line. Rick Ankiel moving over and grabs it. And it's no runs a hit and a couple of men left. It's 1-0 Oakland.
Nothing as we head into the bottom of the second. We want to remind you to tune into Chevy Hometown Kids every Saturday morning at 9:30 on CSN, Chevy Hometown Kids, where it's not about the score, but the experience. And the opening week schedule gave the Astros a rare 2 days off this week. Bo Porter gave them the day off on Monday, but yesterday made the entire team come in early, working on things that they usually work on, but he also had them play a little game with some situational hitting. Jason Castro said it was very fun and lighthearted, exactly what they needed after the last 2 games. And Brownie, this is not a shocking development. These guys don't like getting up early, but they really like their nights off.
Oh, you've done some in-depth reporting with that one, Julia. Actually, you're the one who uncovered the fact that Eric Bedard is not starting tomorrow night. 1 ball, 1 strike. You know, Julia, these strikeouts are irritating. They're nauseous. So Alan Ashby's going to do play-by-play here.
That's why you're going at it.
To it. I like it.
You're the man.
Well, Bill Brown is the man, so I guess he can make the man out of whoever he chooses. It's 1-0 Oakland here in the bottom of the second inning. Dan Straily going at it. And he went at it pretty good in the first inning, allowing a base hit with 2 outs and the bases empty to Chris Carter. Other than that, striking out the side. 46 strikeouts now of Astros hitters on the young season. Just game 4 as the pitches popped up and handled at first base. That's Nate Fryman. And Nate Fryman, the guy we've been talking about, worked with the Astros this spring, had a lot of nice things to say about his experience with the Astros.
I was most disappointed not to be able to see Nate Fryman playing alongside Jose Altuve.
Right, yes.
going to the hole together and seeing who calls and makes the play. Of course, looking at Sogard at second base for the Oakland A's, that's a pretty good pairing as well. Rick Ankiel stands in. There's that high fastball, and the Astros hitters having a tough time laying off. Of course, that's been the story on the other side tonight. Oakland A's hitters having a bit of a tough time laying off of Brad Peacock.
A little curious to see. I know Ankiel pulls the ball, but I mean, they've got a pretty good shift in the third baseman. He swings at a high fastball to punch out. You know, I saw the third baseman move over short, but didn't play him in at all. Rick Ankiel's got enough speed to maybe even think about laying down that bunt maybe next time around if there's nobody on.
Heard some guys talk about it. You put the shift on. Are you willing to lay down a bunt on the left side to get a base hit? And to me, it makes sense even if you're playing on a ball club that's won 10 in a row. I think you get on base when you can early in an inning. But when you've got a club like the Astros right now struggling to make contact and to try to get things going offensively, I think it makes all the sense in the world. Jason Castro, another one of the left-handed bats, stands in. 2 outs, bases empty. There's one of the hittable fastballs right there.
I was just thinking that, Ash.
Got to get a good look at it. You never know.
Right.
Castro still looking for that first hit of the season. Well, you get to game 4 and that monkey can get kind of heavy on the back.
Well, isn't this kind of typical, Jeff, of a team that's struggling? You're swinging at pitches that you shouldn't be swinging at, and then you're taking the ones you should be swinging at.
That is exactly it. I mean, you've seen enough baseball to realize that that does happen. You go up there pressing, and you might dig in and go, okay, first pitch fastball. I'm going to take a good swing at it like Rick Ankiel was thinking. But it was up out of the zone. But it's almost that little league mentality that I'm going to swing at it no matter where it is.
How many times did you walk to the plate, Jeff? Said, I'm going to get a fastball in this count or whatever it may be. You got your fastball. You took your big cut, but it wasn't where you could handle it. It was right on your hands or diving down and away.
That actually happens quite a bit. Unfortunately, it explains why I'm up here now. But I was a very aggressive fastball hitter. I was doing that throughout the count, unfortunately. But yeah, that happens quite a bit. You know, Castro may have been looking middle in right there, but you know, it happened a lot when I would go up there and look middle away, and it'd be just a perfectly good heater down the middle or inside, but my body was leaning out over the plate.
Still that inability to lay off the high heat. If Jeff Blum is going to continue to beg like that, we'll have to show once again the home run in the World Series against Houston.
That thing again?
I had more than one home run in my career.
Any chance?
Astro fans are not going to be happy with this. We've got plenty of Astro homers.
Yeah.
High fastball, another strikeout, 2 in the inning, and now 5 already on the night for the Astros. 1-0 A's through 2. That's the difference on the night. 1-0 Oakland as we go to the third inning. Josh Reddick will lead it off against Brad Peacock. Joanna Cespedes and John Jaso to follow. And we turn it back to Brownie and see if he can get things straightened out here in the third inning.
First, here's Jeff Blum, my substitute.
Join Kevin Eschenfelder on Sports Talk Live as we wrangle up some noteworthy sports guests that have plenty of buzzworthy opinions and play-by-play analysis. You never know who will stop by on Sport Talk Live, weekdays at 5.
And you never know when the music will come back in either.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Jeff, you'll be doing the bottom of the third inning, the way things are going. And these folks in their orange enjoying a nice evening out. A beautiful, beautiful night here in downtown Houston. Brad Peacock gave up that leadoff homer to Crisp. And now it'll be Reddick, Cespedes, and Jaso, as Ash mentioned. Reddick walked and stole a base.
And caught 7 ducks on his last hunt.
Here's ball 1 from Peacock.
Has 1, in fact, on his person. You find it.
He began his career in the Boston organization. Strike there. Now, that particular pitch could serve Brad Peacock really well if he can duplicate that.
Not often you get that call when you've been missing high and off the plate so consistently.
Foul back, and it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count. And if he gets a nice 1-2-3 inning, that could really be a turning point for him in this game.
Yeah, it'd be good for him, and it'd also be good for the Astros bullpen. First game of the series like this.
As Julia pointed out, it's rare for a team to have 2 days off in 1 week. The Astros have had those. Now they'll start to get a string of games. They'll have a day off in Anaheim on the next road trip. 1-ball, 2 strikes for Peacock, who is making the trip from his home in Florida out west to Oakland spring training base in Arizona when he got news he had been traded. He was somewhere around Alabama or Mississippi, turned around and went back to Florida.
Save some gas money right there.
Yes, he did.
And about 20 more hours of driving probably too.
Imagine you can charge both clubs for the travel to spring training.
I think that's the way it works.
And I believe, if I was told correctly, Brad Peacock's family's in town too.
Heard that.
Which is a good thing. Pitch in front of the family is a big day.
Well, his mom coached him when he was growing up. Yeah, we had that story in spring training. His mom was really his coach.
Did not know that.
Yep.
Softball player, right?
Yep. And she decided, well, you know, somebody kind of asked her, well, would you coach his little league team? She said, well, only if we're going to play to win.
I like it. It's
yeah.
a good mentality to start out with.
And then his dad's driven a camper around following his career. Various cities in the minor leagues. Fly ball, left center field. Maxwell over. Just enough room. 1 out.
So dad's kind of the soccer mom, and mom's the
kind of reverse roles.
Head coach, huh?
Yeah. Well, I think his dad didn't have a big background in baseball, so he said, fine, you go ahead and coach him. And he was working. Some people have other things to do than coach their kids. Cespedes the batter now. Boy, you know, you think about people and how many hours they put in taking their kids to practice. Oh, we're going to get a treat from Julia coming up. Hopefully our story's been correct, because Julia is with Mr. Peacock, and we're going to find out from him. And we'll go to Julia.
Thanks, Ren.
Yeah.
I'm with Jerry right now, and he says this is the 7th year he's been traveling around following Brad. You stayed in a utility truck first, then he moved up to an RV. What is that experience like?
Much more expensive, I can tell you that. The trailer was a lot of fun. You know, I mean, it had everything I needed. I had a bed, television, and a bank of batteries, but it didn't matter. You know, we'll sleep in the truck, on the ground, where we got to do to watch our kids.
Everybody knows that. Where's the craziest place you had to park the RV or the utility trailer when you were following him around?
You know, I did hit a rest stop one time, and guy tried to rob me. Yeah, but that worked out good. I'm here. So
it's dangerous. Okay, well, Just watching your son tonight and knowing what he's gone through the past couple of years, making his debut with the Astros, what does this feel like for you?
You know, this is great. I got to tell you honestly, this is probably the first time that I've ever been nervous watching a baseball game. But he's not. He's probably got some opening, first time, jitters a little bit. But he's not nervous. The stuff's just not working like he'd like for it to work. But he'll be okay. I think he's calming down a little bit.
All right, Father knows best over here, and he's ready to get back on the road here pretty soon. Guys, back up to you.
That's good. Good to hear that story.
Guess when you get held up, it's not a good time to tell the thief that you're the father of a major league ball player.
Not really. Swing and a miss on Cespedes, and Peacock gets strikeout number 4.
Well, let's take a look at how Brad Peacock handles that situation. A look at that last at bat through our pitch by pitch presented by Steel Dealers. That breaking ball had no impact at all, but this riding fastball is a big part of what's going on. That might be the second changeup we've seen all night long, and then just blowing the heat on by. And I think Dad saying that his son is not nervous might be true.
Yeah, I like that changeup right on right. It's one of those things that's kind of taboo over the, in the past a little bit, but in recent years, guys have been trying to pick up on that. I think it's, arm side changeup's not a bad pitch right there.
Dave Smith, probably the all-time leader as a closer for the Houston Astros, used to throw changeups at will to anybody, right, left, didn't matter, and that was his key pitch.
Here's a turnaround in this inning, guys. He's getting the ball down now and hitting some corners.
Yeah, jumping ahead of hitters, it means everything.
63 pitches already, so he'll have to tidy things up a bit.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Phil Umber threw 85 on Wednesday. Pretty good number for the first start. We discovered today, reading about Yu Darvish's game Tuesday night, that he had a little problem with one of the fingers. It wasn't really a blister, but a piece of skin came off.
Forced him to throw more strikes, I guess.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, he'll be up again Sunday night, another Sunday night game for him against the Angels.
Apparently a little extra skin left on the slider doesn't hurt a bit.
Apparently not. Yeah, this is going to be one interesting month in this AL West division, just trying to size it all up for Astros fans. And look at these teams they're competing with.
Yeah, and this is one of those interesting matchups today between Peacock and Straily. You look at the numbers, nobody's faced anybody. So, I mean, it's equally as tough. You're seeing some of the swings and misses by the Athletics. But you're also seeing some of the same swings by our guys because, I mean, even though there is video, until you stand in that box and see the guy deliver a ball, you have no idea what's going on.
Starting to see that changeup, but he continues to release it a bit early, leaving it up. Yeah, does that play the other way? Does a pitcher have a disadvantage because he hasn't seen the hitters before?
I think the pitchers have the upper hand if they haven't faced guys, because there's more tendency charts, there's more video, and you have a better idea of where to attack a hitter as opposed to a hitter knowing how to attack a pitcher. Because I guess as a hitter scouting a new guy, you want to see what his out pitches are, but you also got to see how he sets up some of those guys and what he's aggressive with in the strike zone.
I would quickly tell my guys, if facing Brad Peacock, that his out pitch is his fastball, but it doesn't look like anybody's having the ability to get right to it.
Yeah, like you said, he's not lighting up a radar gun, so that tells you he's got either it's hard to pick up his fastball or he's got that great late life to it. Like that swing right there.
Well, much better inning in 1-2-3 fashion with 2 punch outs. He got Cespedes, he got Jaso, he has 5 Ks, and it's 1-0 Oakland. Bottom of the third coming. Don't miss your chance to see the Astros take on some of the best teams in the American League, including the Red Sox, Yankees, Rangers, and more. Get your tickets now by calling 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com. Good Friday night crowd watching as the Astros wear their orange tops. That will be the Friday night uniform for them. It'll be Dominguez, Marwin Gonzalez, and Altuve here against Dan Straily, who has given up one single through the first two. And there's strike one.
I'm liking the orange tops. Looks like some of the fans got orange T-shirts to wear during this Friday night game too. Looks pretty good.
Forgot about that being a giveaway. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dominguez is 1 for 6 with an RBI.
Is it time, Jeff? And a little too far back for you. This organization was breathing orange fire. That was kind of the slogan down on the field. Yeah, little song to go with it.
This one to shallow right field, and the second baseman Sogard gives way. Catch is made by Reddick, and it's out number 1. What was your favorite uniform to wear, Ash?
Wow, probably, you know what, some people laugh when I say it. I like the old original rainbow that had the numbers on the pant leg as well on that front side. I thought that was nice, but probably the uniform that followed that used the rainbow on the shoulders, I thought it was pretty sharp. But I probably really enjoyed the flying star uniform of the Shane Reynolds era, for example, the late 90s.
Yeah. Marwin Gonzalez is 1 for 3. His wife and 11-month-old daughter in attendance tonight. Here's strike 1. And, you know, it was fun to watch Marwin last year. He's only 24, but he seems so composed. He pops it back. He grew up around the game, though. And that's out of play. No balls, 2 strikes.
I think he pretty much confirmed that by breaking up the no-hitter perfect game. You know, he wasn't overwhelmed by the situation. I mean, that's not an easy spot for anybody to be in. He got a first pitch fastball and drove it up the middle and ruined it for him.
That reaction by Yu Darvish, and then the smile as well by Marwin Gonzalez. But that smiling reaction was so impressive to have a pitcher be able to do that in that hugely disappointing moment.
Yeah, it sure was. We found out after the game that Ron Washington said if Darvish had walked somebody in the 8th inning, he was coming out of that game. So that might have spoken to the finger problem he was having.
Yeah, there was a lot going on there between the pitch counts, the finger problem.
Yeah, but that said, can you imagine being a pitcher that has a perfect game, it gets away from you 2 outs in the 9th inning, and you don't get a chance to complete the no-hitter? That would be really tough.
Shades of Preston Gomez.
Preston go 2 outs in the 9th?
Preston was managing Clay Kirby on one occasion, and Don Wilson was taken out of a no-hitter after 8. Yeah, after 8 for a pinch hitter a couple times. That's tough.
I was a part of the Astros no-hitter in New York when they did it with 6 pitchers.
Did you know immediately after the game?
I didn't realize it until Billy Wagner punched out that last guy. And he was a little overexcited. I was like, good grief, we're only in Yankee Stadium. You know, what's the big deal? And then I look up at the board, and there's just goose eggs across.
Do you remember who started that game for you?
Yes, Roy Oswalt came out with a groin or calf injury of some kind.
Good. Way to stay up with your teammates.
And I also know that I was the reason it wasn't a perfect game.
How so?
I booted, I think the leadoff hitter hit me, Alfonso Soriano hit me a backhand ground ball, and I proceeded to kick it into the dugout.
Okay, we will show that home run by Jeff Blum in the World Series.
What inning was that, Blummer?
It was either the first or third. It was early in the game, so I thought it would be pretty insignificant. Yeah. But, you know, you turn around and look at it now, you're like, good grief. You know, you're 1 ground ball away from having a 6-man perfecto.
Did you have to do penance for the pitching staff that night?
Yes, rounds of beer at the hotel bar.
1 and 2, Altuve lunging at that curveball. This one goes up the middle. Lowry lays out, can't get it. On through, Altuve's aboard. Altuve has hit in all 4 Houston games now. So with 2 outs and 2 strikes, he keeps it going.
Well, he's just a steady hitter, and again, it's because of the way he utilizes the entire field. I don't think a defense can really set up against him and take anything away. Lines one to right center field. He'll use that part of the field. And again, out in that direction. Now you're going to move a man off the line at third base. Okay, I'll take advantage there. And that was a double that not only was from what he did off the bat, but that first step coming out of the box.
Now he draws some attention.
And I think that AB right there reinforces what you said about the defense. Usually he's an up the middle, the other way type guy, but Jed Lowry in that situation was told to play a little bit closer to the hole, and he punches it right back up the middle.
33 steals for Altuve last year. In the dirt, ball one. Bo Porter wants to be aggressive with the running game. Wallace struck out his first time up.
This should be a good situation for Brett to be hitting and having Altuve at first base. The hole's open on the right side, but at the same time, you were saying the Astros are going to try and run a little bit more, and obviously he's paying attention to him. So hopefully giving Brett a chance to get, a couple more fastballs than he normally would with nobody on.
Good point. Sometimes for that reason, the manager doesn't want the guy running. He wants that hole there for the left-handed hitter.
And you can also get Altuve on the move and get the defense to shift around a little bit and make decisions and open up some more holes for Brett.
Astros have not scored in the last 20 innings. It's Carter on deck. Another throw goes over. Astros off to a 1-2 start. They'll be packing their bags for a 10-day, 9-game road trip, leaving on Sunday. 3 in Seattle, 3 in Anaheim, 3 in Oakland. In tight for Wallace, and it's 3-0. Straley's ERA for spring training was 5.82. He was 2-2. Chris Carter on deck.
It's interesting right here. 3-0 count. Do you give him the green light?
Ooh,
guaranteed fastball, hopefully right down the middle.
Ooh. 3-1.
And that's what happens a lot of times. That fastball drops down to 90 miles an hour. Pretty much a go ahead and crush me if you desire to kind of heater.
Yeah, just a little get me over. Questionable on the inside corner there, so we'll give Brett the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Yep.
Hopefully he'll get one hanging out over the plate to drive right here.
3-2, and now Altuve automatically runs on the next pitch. The A's had the second best ERA last year in the American League, 3.48.
There's that matchup we were talking about.
5-5 and 6-8.
I don't think Altuve is going to take him down to the blocks that way.
One of those guys is a major league all-star.
Great stuff.
That is great stuff. Good for him.
He goes. 3-2 is a strikeout. That's number 7 for Straily. And the second hit of the game for the Astros is Altuve's single, but it's still 1-0 Oakland. in there despite giving up that leadoff homer to Coco Crisp.
Yeah, he's done a good job. Hung that curveball early in the game, but he's managed to get a decent count, to get 2-strike counts on these athletic hitters, and they continue to chase that fastball up in the zone. So he's got good life on that fastball, and those guys just aren't ready for it.
How about that swing induced with the fastball on John Jaso to put him away?
Guessed completely wrong.
Sure did. Chris Young coming up next. He struck out earlier. Towering pop into foul territory. Dominguez over. Can't get to it.
Can go back to the dugout and say that one didn't break, boys.
Travis Blackley is in the bullpen tonight for the Astros as a lefty long man. He replaced Edgar Gonzalez, who's been designated for assignment today. Alex White's going to have Tommy John surgery next week on his right elbow. So those are among the news items for the Astros today. Foul back, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Boy, that's tough for Alex White. You know, you get traded, have a good showing in the spring, and then go down with Tommy John.
Yeah, that's too bad. I mean, the only, light at the end of the tunnel for him is knowing that so many guys have done this and they've perfected the surgery itself. It almost seems like guys are coming back stronger afterwards, and I'm sure that has a lot to do with the rehab programs. But and he's young, so the recovery is going to be that much quicker for him. But it is, that is not fun when you could have made the opening day roster.
Might be another viewpoint on Alex White. He gave up a bunch of hits this spring compared to innings pitched, and I think to find that there was some problem in the arm might be a bright spot. You get him cleaned up and ready to go, and you might have a very different looking pitcher.
Yeah, there was a reason for that. Altuve is almost directly up the middle here. Now 3 balls, 2 strikes to Chris Young, and the Astros have begun, of course, play in the minor leagues. Had a rainout last night for Oklahoma City, but they're playing a doubleheader tonight, and they're going to have those shared starts. They're going to have 8 starters sharing 4 games. That's a radical plan in AAA. Popped up back.
I'm a little curious to hear how that goes and see how it goes and what kind of effectiveness it is.
So how does your bullpen get work when that's going on?
Well, okay, so Jordan Lyles started game 1. And there you have it. Paul Clemens is going to pitch in relief. And then you have Ross Seaton and Jake Buchanan, who shared the game for Corpus. Coltonevich and Gillingham, Velasquez and Bercher. So all those guys are starting pitchers, so they're going to share innings, but you'll use relievers as well. From what we understand, here's the pop-up now, and Marlon Gonzalez lets Wallace take care of it. So what you might do is, let's say your starter is faltering in the 5th inning. You might bring in a short reliever to get out of trouble in that inning. And then you start the next inning with one of your other starters. So here are the plans at Oklahoma City. Lyles and Clemens, Cosart and Keuchel will share a game. Oberholzer and Eli, Owens and Cisneros. It's a 4-man rotation, so to speak. And then the next time around you flip them. And Clemens starts, Keuchel starts, Eli starts, and Cisneros starts.
And they have pitch counts.
Yes. And that's one big reason for it, too, Jeff. Donaldson takes ball 1, is to build them on those pitches early in the season. They're not going to do this all year.
But the starter, rumor has it, is going 75 pitches. The guy in the back end will go 60. So I'm sure encouraging these guys to go longer, just in case they need to come up and fill a roster spot, depending on what happens throughout the season. So they have 8 choices of starters they can go with.
That's right. Donaldson hits a towering drive to Maxwell, 2 outs. So that does give them more options. It extends spring training, if you will, so they can get a longer look at these guys in competition, so to speak, with each other. And it's going to be an interesting facet of the Astros system to follow this year.
It's also interesting, I think, when you look at a game like tonight. If you took Brad Peacock and said you've got 75 pitches, he would have been done going into this 4th inning. Now, he might have gotten a couple of pitches to get to 75, but yeah, it could create some very short nights.
It could. Sogard single to right field earlier. That's ball 1.
It's got to make it easy on the manager.
Yeah.
Throw 2 guys out there. Hey, go get them, boys. When your number's up, your number's up.
The Corpus Christi game with Seton and Buchanan sharing that game. They got a save from their closer, Jason Stoffel. So they're still going to use some closers along the way in these games. 2 balls, no strikes. And they're trying to win as well. So developing pitchers and winning, that's going to be something to watch this year. It's 2-1. Carlos Correa off to a nice start with his game last night at Quad Cities. Multiple hit game, driving in runs.
Was Bo Porter thinking right there, how do I kickstart this offense?
I'll tell you what, with the way the farm system's been playing, there's going to be some guys, knocking down the door.
It seems that way, doesn't it? And, the Jonathan Singletons of the world, very impressive.
Ooh, yeah, he had some good swings in spring.
Well, how about teenager Carlos Correa?
Yes. Fly ball to right. Ankiel waiting. That's 7 straight set down by Peacock. He's keeping his club right in it, just waiting for some run support. 1-0 Athletics in the 4th.
TV provider does not yet carry CSN. Call and tell them you want your CSN. To get the facts and learn how you can help, go to iwantcsnhouston.com. We're working diligently to get CSN Houston on all TV providers.
It's 1-0 Oakland, leading on a leadoff homer by Coco Crisp, the first against the Astros since mid-September last year when Jimmy Rollins of the Phillies led off a game with a homer against Houston. It'll be the 3-4-5 hitters here, Carter, Pena, and Maxwell in the Houston 4. Chris Carter singled to center field in front of a diving Coco Crisp back in the first inning. Ball 1 to Carter. Now George Springer, the center fielder for Corpus Christi, hit a 2-run homer in their opener at Whataburger Field last night. 1 ball, 1 strike. He was very impressive this spring. The Hooks beat Springfield 3-2 last night. Carter takes it, and it's a 2-ball, 1 strike count.
I thought early on in the spring, George Springer was probably the guy who really stood out most, maybe among all the players.
Yeah. Roll to second. Sogard, 1 out. He had that 2-home run game against the Toronto Blue Jays. And he's somebody we could be seeing on the major league scene pretty soon. Owen Fontana went 2 for 2 with a homer, drove in 2, and walked twice for Lancaster. He's one of those high on-base percentage guys. Correa had 2 hits and drove in 2 runs for Quad City. Pena struck out in the first inning. Straily has fanned 7 in this game. It's going to be hard to send him back to AAA the way he's getting results tonight.
Yeah, it's kind of like he's saying, I dare you. Go ahead, punk. Make my day.
That's what you want to do as a kid. Make it really tough on management to make that choice. This is what I was talking about earlier. That shift is on, but you see the third baseman hasn't moved completely over into that hole. He's still playing a little bit more shallow, maybe protecting against that possible bunt sometimes.
I think that's exactly what they're doing. And I saw Carlos Pena last year numerous times with the Toronto Blue Jays putting on the shift. And initially, that infielder on the left side would play back at shortstop, and he dropped down a couple of 2 or 3 bunts at least, and attempted numerous times, and the Blue Jays finally had to bring the infielder in.
So he has a history of actually doing that against a shift.
Yes, he does.
So the scouting report obviously told them that they need to play in at least until they get a strike.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how 1 strike really helps over 2, but that's what we're seeing right now. Shortstop back.
He sure did move. Rolled out to right field. Sogard in from right. 2 outs. It's a whole new ball game for the Houston Astros, and a prorated season ticket package could be there for you. Flexible mini packages are available now as well. To learn about all the exclusive benefits and pricing, call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com. 2 outs, and it's Justin Maxwell who popped the first. Astros blanked in back-to-back games by the Rangers Tuesday night and Wednesday afternoon. An off day yesterday, hoping to rev up that offense, but Straily has kept them to 2 singles. Those are the only 2 base runners here through 3 2/3. It's 0-2. Matt Hughes is watching in Virginia on the MLB extra inning package, hoping for a Houston offensive breakout here, as a lot of fans are. It's 1-2. Bartolo Colon comes back from serving a suspension, and he'll start tomorrow night's game against Bud Norris. High to left center field. That'll hang. Crisp takes it in for a 1-2-3 fourth, and after 4 it's 1-0 A's.
And if you're looking for the perfect way to combine business and baseball, or a unique space to hold your next event, with state-of-the-art meeting spaces, Minute Maid Park can surpass all of your needs. Call 713-259-8800 for more information. Don't forget to ask about softball games and batting practice.
We go to inning number 5 now in this 1-0 game. Hat on crooked. Maybe a little karma.
Rally caps.
Nate Fryman to lead it off for the A's. He struck out in the 2nd inning. Crisp and Lowry to follow Fryman to the plate. From June 2nd on last year, the A's had the best record in the majors, 72-38. Ball 1 low from Peacock. They've won 15 American League West titles in their history. They moved to Oakland from Kansas City. Had some of those great teams in the 70s. Shortstop out. Marwin Gonzalez takes care of out number 1. And we look at Brad Peacock.
He's got that over-the-top fastball, and it's been very effective riding tonight. Nice high leg kick, stays back on the back leg, and then lets it fly. But when that lead shoulder goes much higher than the right shoulder, that trailing shoulder, sometimes you have the tendency to miss up, and we've seen for Brad Peacock that tendency at times tonight. He is settling in, though.
Yeah, he seems to have gotten better after we got past that 65-70 point, or pitch count, sorry.
Coco Crisp led off the game with a homer. He walked his second time. Now breaking pitch, strike 1. 86 pitches now for Peacock. It's really easier to make those decisions about a pitcher in the American League with him not batting. Sometimes in the National League, a manager will try to squeeze a little bit extra from him before he pinch hits. In the American League, you pretty much wait until you think he's done, and then that's it most of the time. It's 2 balls and a strike. How have you found managing, Ash? You've been broadcasting American League games for what, 6 years now?
Yes.
How have you found those pitching decisions? Are they intriguing to you as far as manager trying to figure out if a guy's at the end of his rope? There's an extra base hit up the right field line by Crisp. He might try. No, he's going to settle for a double here into the corner. Is it intriguing to you? Is it pretty automatic when they make those pitching changes?
It is far less intriguing in terms of the managing of a ball game in the American League. And I think there are plenty of managers who, if they had that instant to tell you and another pitch left up and a second time tonight, Coco Crisp just destroys it. This time the fastball, though. But I think the managers would tell you they would prefer having the chance to really be a manager in the National League. But in the American League, the other side is if you like offense, you get a chance to see those DHs. And sometimes some very special players remain as DHs.
That's a very good point. Now Castro will go out. There is bullpen action for Houston. And 89 pitches for Peacock. Well hit double there. Might take him pretty close to the end of the night. And there's the breakdown by inning.
Like to keep it around 15 per inning. Keep it under whenever possible. And you can see early on it was anything but.
Brocale on that bullpen phone. Lowry's the batter. Lowry 0 for 2. And Bo Porter calling time. Will go to the mound.
Yeah, he's had Cedeno out there loosening up for a while. Let's see if he goes to him right here.
Did look out in that direction. Maybe buying him a little more time.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why time was necessary here, but I think Bo Porter's going to force the umpires to come on out and make him make a decision, and it's exactly what happens. There was no surprise about the pitch count reaching this stage.
That's it for Brad Peacock. He leaves trailing 1-0. Again, a Houston starting pitcher keeping his club right in it, but coming off the mound without a win. And he's the third in a row to do that as Mr. Peacock leaves his seat, and we'll be right back. Turn around a bat right-handed against Xavier Cedeno, the lefty who comes out of the Houston bullpen in relief of Brad Peacock. Peacock in 4 1/3 innings, 89 pitches, allowed 3 hits, 1 run, walking 3, fanning 5. The runner at second, Coco Crisp, belongs to him, and it'll be Lowry and then Reddick due up next. Cedeno, no decision against the Rangers Tuesday with 1/3 of an inning, giving up a hit and a run, and getting a strikeout in that game as well. Gave up a triple to Gentry, the center fielder, and then he came out of the game, and Gentry later came around to score, so that run was charged to him. Lowry is flied to center and to right as a left-handed batter. Now he tries it from this side of the plate. There's ball 1 to Jed, and as far as Jed's acquisition, the plan has changed now. And as you can see, last year he had 184 right-handed, but it looks as if he will play a lot. That was the plan, to give him a lot of at-bats, but to move him around to various infield spots. And now he's taken over at shortstop with the injury to Nakajima.
Yeah, in spring training, I read something that said they had 9 guys going for second base or something crazy like that. It was an open tryout, I think, in Arizona for these guys.
You mentioned Jemiah Weeks being the second baseman pretty much every day early on in the season last year, and he had a rough season, but he had a very good spring and still couldn't land the spot.
The thought was that Lowry could play some second. He can play third for that matter. And he is a sure-handed shortstop. Doesn't have a lot of range, but he makes routine plays. A good hitter, but he's been plagued by injuries. He's just never been fortunate enough to play 140 games or more in a season.
Yeah, that's a tough label to shake, too.
It is. Check swing call there by Tim Welke. After a while, and Jed's at that after a while stage right now, he's going to be 29 here in another 12 days. You get treated as a utility man, right, when that happens.
Yeah, and him being a switch hitter and able to play both positions up the middle, that was one of the biggest things for me, is the fact that I could still go run out there and play shortstop. That's a big deal to some of these managers, knowing that you are athletic enough to play up the middle, yet still move around to the corner positions when necessary. And switch hitting obviously is a huge asset because it takes away the matchup problems that just single-sided hitters can create.
It's a walk to Lowry. Now it's Reddick coming up. And Cedeno has runners at first and second, 1 out, and Reddick has walked and flied to center. Doug Rocale and Bo Porter hoping that Cedeno can come up with a big pitch here with Cespedes on deck. Nobody warming up in the pen.
This is the guy, or one of the guys anyway, that can turn things around, open up a lead very quickly with one swing.
Ball 1. Now the Astros are pretty well loaded with lefties in the bullpen, with Travis Blackley joining, Wesley Wright, Xavier Cedeno, and tonight Eric Bedard's out there. They have 4 bullpen lefties for this game. Bedard will go back to the rotation and will pitch Tuesday night.
Or so we think.
So we think. That's in for a strike, and it's 1-1.
Good fastball right there to even up the count. Yeah, it's a big AB right here.
Awfully big in a 1-0 game.
Boy, if that's not a contrast in beards. Pretty tight for hombres.
Crisp is a threat to steal third. He did that 14 times last year. So the Astros are going to do what they can to make sure that doesn't happen. In the dirt.
Castro with a good job again.
Over and over.
Well, that's one of the things. You're watching Coco at second base. You can see he's got those happy feet out there. And one of the things that they do work on in spring training and throughout the season is just you want that guy to stop moving. if you can get him flat-footed, then you're pretty good to go to the plate. But if you turn around and you see that runner with his feet moving, it kind of gives you the indication that he's ready to get up and go.
If you've got a guy with his feet moving, though, it's also a great time for a pickoff play.
Reddick leans back from it. It's ball 3, and it's 3-1. Yeah, this is kind of nervous time for those infielders, isn't it, Blummer?
Yeah, it is big time. And as a shortstop, you're trying to hold that guy on, but you at the same time you do not want to give up any ground on the infield, letting a roller get through. But right here's a big pitch, 3-1. You got Cespedes on deck circle.
Very big pitch coming for Cedeno. And it's ball 4 to load the sacks. And now bases loaded, 1 out. Cespedes, who has struck out twice, will bat.
Josh Reddick did a nice job there, lefty against lefty, laying off some pitches that were close enough.
And didn't get too greedy, knowing that there's runners in scoring position too, where he could have unleashed a little bit and tried to do a little too much. But knowing who he's got hitting behind him right now, probably played into that a little bit too.
Cespedes with the 2 strikeouts, nonetheless has 2 homers in the early going. And always a threat. Now bases loaded, 1 out for him. The A's as a team were 6th in homers last year. They hit 195.
Yeah, I don't anticipate Cespedes just trying to put the ball in play right here.
And he looks at ball 1.
Yeah, you mentioned the word greedy, and I think part of the order, guys, at times I really like them to be greedy. I want them to be really hungry for the big swing.
But maybe left on left with Josh right there, it may not have been the time, and him recognizing.
And that's a perfect point. Reddick sets it up for the right-hand hitter in the heart of the order.
Sharply hit off the glove of Gonzalez into center field. Crisp is scoring. And here is run number 2 coming home as Lowry steps on home plate to make it 3-0. A sharply hit ball. Marwin Gonzalez could not turn it into a double play ball. And it's 3-0 A's.
That ball was smoked. Scalded right at him, but sometimes you don't have enough time to get in front and knock that ball down to make sure you get at least 1 out in that situation. And unfortunately, it skipped past him in the center field.
Yeah, you make no mistake, if you handle this ball, you've got 2. But awfully tough to pull that first part together.
Yeah, you can see as hard as it's hit, he didn't have enough time to get his body in front of that ball to make sure he corralled it. Ricocheted off him.
Now runners at 1st and 3rd and 1 out with a 3-0 lead. And it's Jaso batting. Still nobody warming up for the Astros. It's an error on Gonzalez, his first of the year. Bunted, and right in front of the plate, here's Castro trying to get back and make the tag. Safe. And it's 4-0 A's. Jaso getting Reddick home.
That is a design play. I want to say the Tampa Bay Devil Rays were one of the first teams to institute it. It's kind of interesting. John Jaso coming from Tampa Bay, but a 1st and 3rd situation, less than 2 outs. And the job of the hitter right there is just to basically get a good bunt down like he did right there, which was questionable. If Castro doesn't slip, he may have a shot at home. But if the hitter is taught to bunt the ball towards first base, to bring in the first baseman and get the ball away from the third base runner so he has the chance to come home and score easy.
Very well executed. It's a rule of sacrifice and a fielder's choice.
Now you guys will get a chance to see Joe Madden and the way he manages that Tampa Bay club. He's an intriguing guy and really does a heck of a job keeping that club winning.
And you got to do those small things. That's one of those things that could spark a rally, or look like it is right now, just extending that inning and making it a little bit bigger than it would have been if you just rolled over a ground ball for a double play.
4-0 game with Chris Young batting. He's 0 for 2. On the previous play, Cespedes was given an RBI, even though there was an error charged to Marwin Gonzalez.
Yeah, you can't assume the double play, and so you can assume the force at second, but that's it.
Now a 4-run lead for Dan Straily and the Oakland A's. He started and he's called for a swing on it. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brad Peacock went 4 1/3, giving up 3 hits, 2 runs. Walking 3, fanning 5. And Cedeno came in. The back-to-back walks by Lowry and Reddick set it up. Inside for a ball. It's 2-1 to Young. Paul Melvin, a stabilizing influence. His 10th year as a major league manager. Former catcher.
Both Baumel and Seawire probably together in Arizona a couple years back too.
Good point. Daniel misses. It's a 3-ball, 1 strike count coming into this game. The Astros bullpen ERA was 8.38. Fireworks after the game on a Friday night. The Astros want to get back in the dugout and create some fireworks of their own with the bats here, trailing by 4, and that one's fouled. 3-2.
I wonder if the Athletics see something out there, because now Cespedes is getting a little jumpy off second base. I wonder if they pick something up, maybe time Cedeno a little bit, or recognizing that we're not holding on as closely. And some of these guys have green lights, or they can get a sign from Mike Gallego at third base, maybe saying, hey, if you see an opening here, go for it. And it's a lot easier sometimes for a runner to notice what pitch is coming and maybe get a better jump.
Leonard Cruz now warming up.
Sometimes I wonder when I see a guy dancing around, is that just a way of providing a sign to the hitter?
Could be a good way to
dance when the catcher moves to one side of the plate and stay still when he's on the other.
He takes off for third, and that's smash foul. Runners were on the move that way.
Well, that would indicate that no, they're probably just looking for a chance to run, open this thing up.
But again, even with a 3-2 count, he got him to settle down, but knowing that the 3-2 count, they can have some action right there. And Chris Young, with a good chance with the ball in his zone, is going to be taking a good hack at it. Castro out there maybe mixing up the signs to maybe throw behind and get Jaso at second base as opposed to Cespedes at third base. Lots of things going on right now. Looking for outs.
Altuve is not very far from the second base bag. And now Castro goes out.
And that might play into what Astros says, going out there, maybe mix up the signs a little bit. They may be keying on something, and to get on the same page and make sure, that we're doing the right thing.
Well, it looked like Hombres just couldn't get a sign. Make that Cedeno, excuse me. Couldn't get his sign straight with Castro. And a lot of times you can't get it straight when you've got your head focused on the runner at second base.
Right. Yeah, it is divided attention quite often for a pitcher. The high drive will go foul into the upper deck.
Ash, were you a guy that really liked to complicate the signs with the guy at second base, really trying to be deceiving with them, or did the pitcher dictate what signs were given with the guy on second base?
My quick answer is no, but I've watched runners very closely, and really the best story I ever recall, we were playing the Cincinnati Reds, and they really liked to steal signs, and we all knew exactly what their sign was from second base, for the guy to say to the hitter, I've got the signs, do you want them? And then you knew what the answer was coming back. So we went through the whole scenario. You could see that they were doing it. No surprise on my end. And Nolan Ryan was on the hill that day, and that kind of helped in this regard. And I went to Nolan and said, look, I'm going to put down a curveball for you, but you go ahead and throw a fastball up and in. You know, just push the hitter off the plate. We weren't headhunting or anything, and that's exactly what he did. And every one of the Reds players, not only the guy on second base, the hitter, but everybody in the dugout just came flying. And they got the message right then, and they were done.
That was the end of that.
That's what it takes. Yeah, that's how the game's played. Brown, you read the book, The Code, or the baseball codes?
I want to lend you that book.
I need that.
Yes. I'll bring it on the road trip.
That'd be good. We got plenty of time on this upcoming road trip.
You want that book. You need that book.
It is interesting. I think you'll like it. New book out, The Code, talking about the unwritten rules of baseball, the code the players play by. What is not permissible in a given situation and what is permissible. When do you stop running? If you're up 7-0 in the 7th inning, things like that.
I don't think there's uniform agreement on that point.
No,
and you start winding up with fights and things on the field because one side believes this and another team believes that.
You're right.
And you saw a little bit of the code played out in the WBC, but there were some actual rules that came into play in that situation.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's a walk to Young. Now the bases are loaded. Rainer Cruz has had enough time to get ready. Donaldson's coming up next. He's 0 for 2. 2 fly balls to center. That's the third walk of the inning for Cedeno. It's been an ugly inning. It started with a pop fly, but then a double, 2 walks, an error, that bunt, and another walk. Donaldson ready to step up now. 4 for 10 in his career with the bases loaded. Now, sometimes the team will not have much power and will really rely on the running game and will not want to shut down that running game, even with a 7-0 lead in the 7th inning, we'll say. Line drive to right field, in for a hit. Ankiel charging. Cespedes to the plate. Here's the throw and relayed in, but not in time. So a 2-run score on the single by Donaldson. And the A's lead it 6-0.
That was a mistake right there in my estimation to have this ball cut. If that ball comes in from Rick Ankiel, I believe they get an out and rather handily at the plate.
Yeah, we've seen in the past with some of the base hits to right field with runners in scoring position how good Rick Ankiel is at charging the ball alone, but he backs it up with that strong arm too, and I think he would have gotten that ball there soon enough, no matter where it was, for Jason Castro to make that catch and go home. And you can see that Jaso ran through that stop sign. Gallego obviously knows the scouting report on Rick Ankiel and was trying to stop him, but with the cutoff right there, the run scores.
Even the throw bounces just in front of the cutoff man. To me, the cutoff man's way too deep when you take into consideration the arm of Rick Ankiel. That ball, I think, one hops all the way to the plate with the velocity on it.
No doubt.
Looked like it.
Having been a catcher, I really watch infielders where they set up for different outfielders. If you've got a guy that doesn't have a big arm, you set up very differently than you do for Rick Ankiel. He'll throw it right through your chest if you move in his direction a good distance.
Yeah, you beat me to it. That's exactly right. Is that you know your outfielders pretty well, so you know how far out you need to go depending on where the ball is being thrown to what base or home plate. So you know Rick Ankiel's got a great arm, so just let the ball go even.
Now we can take a look in a minute at that throw, and Rick, I think, put this right where he wanted to one-hop home plate.
And that's the thing. If it's a little bit offline even, I know that, I agree, that ball would have bounced to him on one hop easy. And even if Jason has to move one step to his right or left to catch that ball, I think it was there early enough that he would have been able to catch it and continue to make the tag at home plate.
Sure looked that way. Sogard with a foul tip. 1-2.
You make up your own mind. Rick Ankiel can let it fly with the best of them. And this one hop right there, you could see it coming up. And I think Jason Castro would tell you that was going to get right to him, and just a mistake. Players trying to learn working with each other. But again, I would have Wallace closer toward Ankiel on that throw.
It's an easier read for the first baseman too, if a guy does have a good arm, to be a little bit closer to that guy so you can recognize how firm the throw is, how far offline it is, and to make the judgment from that point of view. But being that deep, you have a little too much time to think about it.
Having watched Ankiel in the spring, he keeps it down so well that you don't have to play as if you're looking for that launch coming in. It's just a rocket.
Hit by the pitch, and now the bases are loaded again. What a tough inning for Xavier Cedeno. 3 walks, a hit batsman, a 2-run single, an error, a sacrifice bunt. And it's all come unraveled here to the tune of 6-0 with the bases loaded and 1 out.
That squared him up pretty good. Right in the Ocho.
Yeah, that was an 8-seeker, wasn't it? Oof. I think as an opposing team and manager, you have to know there was no intent there, because Cedeno didn't do himself any favor at all.
28 pitches for Cedeno, and he has failed to record an out. He leaves with the bases loaded. Reiner Cruz coming in, 6-0 Athletics. Back in a moment. Things other than hits. They have 6 runs on 4 hits. They have the bases loaded. They've drawn 6 walks in the game. They have a hit batsman. There's been an error, and Orbit circulates among the Friday night crowd as Reiner Cruz gets ready to face Nate Fryman, who led off the inning. So the 10th man to bat here, and there's 1 out with the bases loaded as Cruz comes in. Wednesday against the Rangers, in 1 inning, he allowed no hits, no runs after giving up an Ian Kinsler homer on Tuesday night. The Astros could really use a strikeout here with Fryman 0 for 2 in the game. Cedeno throwing 28 pitches without getting an out. And relief for Peacock. There's a liner to right, and that is a diving play by Ankiel. And the runners hold on out number 2.
Great play. Huge play considering the situation. Gutsy play too. That ball gets by him. Things are going to get wildly out of control. But Ankiel had a great read on it, made the catch.
Yeah, at this point of the ball game, there's no reason not to try to lay out, but it is a heck of a play. And then a little confusion in the infield and for Rick Ankiel as he eventually throws it back in, but kind of look like everybody's a little off kilter.
Discombobulated.
Yeah.
Technical term.
Baseball jargon.
Coco Crisp. As a leadoff homer, a walk and a double tonight, a career .302 bases loaded hitter. Batting now with 2 outs and the bases full. Crisp looks at it. It's strike one. The A's are really cashing in with a 5-run 5th inning so far. The Astros trying to end this lengthy frame and come up and try to do something. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, a 9-5 win for the Orioles, and Crash Davis does it again. Chris Davis, a grand slam. He has gone crazy. Had 11 runs batted in the first series. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. He's hit 4 homers now in 4 games. Chris Davis has joined Willie Mays, Mark McGwire, and Nelson Cruz as the only big leaguers to homer in the first 4 games of a season. He drove in 5 tonight. 16 runs batted in. That's the most by any player through a team's first 4 games since RBIs became an official stat in 1920. Breaking ball. 1-2.
What did agents do without RBIs back in those days?
Yeah, how do you go to the arbitration table without an RBI? Hence, no free agency. What's the point?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, what are you bringing to the table?
No agents.
Yeah, there's no need. Here's a couple $100 and a hot dog.
You know, I'd like to be an agent for one of these players, but there's no point.
Cruz trying to end this lengthy 5th inning, a 31-minute half inning so far. Lined up the right field line, a looping fly ball, and kill over. That's in for a hit. 1 runner home. A 2nd run will score. Throw to the plate. Karam's away. And no further advance. It's 8-0 Oakland. And Coco Crisp has had a night of it. He winds up with another double. Homer, double, and walk for Crisp tonight. And a 3 RBI game for him.
Well, it is definitely one of those nights, and bottom line is you hope that's all it is one of those nights. Ball bobbles a moment, cutoff man's not in the right position, ball kicks away from the catcher. It's just not going right.
Yeah, we're becoming a living version of Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Yeah. But
Chad Lowry's 0 for 2 with a walk. 8 runs on 5 hits for the A's now. That's strike 1 to Lowry. Lowry had a leg injury last year that kept him out of the Astros lineup for weeks. And he was talked about in all-star terms nearing the end of the first half of the season last year. A nice home run stroke going last year, and a really good season underway until he got hurt. It's 1-1. Well, the Orioles are showing some life again early season, the way they and the A's did last year with those tremendously improved seasons. But now, as you indicated earlier, Ash, it's a matter of a fan base kind of expecting to see more of that this year. So it'll be interesting to see if both those teams can sustain it in the American League, or is there going to be a different surprise team this year?
Yeah, those Oakland A's wondering, do they have a fan base?
1-2.
They've been trying to get on down to San Jose for some time, and they can't get the Giants to agree to release that area. But I think for the A's to realistically survive, they have to make that move at some point.
Yeah. They certainly have given it enough decades there in Oakland, enough of an opportunity to take hold, and it just has not worked, and they can't get a new ballpark there.
They need the Bash brothers back. 1990, they drew almost 3 million.
So winning the AL West isn't enough to bring fans out?
That's tough, isn't it?
Try and watch them.
It is
repeat.
not all about winning.
They've returned only 9 players from last year's opener. They had a huge turnover during the season.
Well, Brownie, you guys from the National League know very well the story of the Giants playing in Candlestick right there in San Francisco. They couldn't draw a lick.
Nope.
And now they are one of the great drawing stories in all of professional sports.
Hey, with a similar situation, they had to make the adjustment out of that football stadium to get into a great confine, and they did a great job building a magnificent ballpark up there, too.
Oh, they did. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, that was such a miserable place for a night game at Candlestick.
In the middle of July.
Oh.
Bring out the parkas, fellas.
Oh, man. Yeah, I went to Cal, and we take the BART across the bay, like you said, in the middle of July, and I'd have a long underwear, a sweatshirt, Letterman's jacket, beanie, gloves, and it'd be in the middle of July.
There's no way that was enough.
He's still frozen out there.
Did you ever get the quad at Candlestick for staying for an extra inning game there? 3-2. They actually did give out those little pins for fans who stayed through an extra inning. You got an award.
Even the crazy crab would leave early.
That was one unusual place. And if you happen to go out the next day for a 1 p.m. game, it was one of the most delightful ballparks you've ever been.
It was the best. Couldn't find a pop fly in that sky.
I was lucky enough to make it up in time to go play there. What an adventure that place was.
3-2, 2 outs. And fouled away. Blummer, there was one story once upon a time, don't know if it was true or not, that a ball went up in the air on one of those windy nights at the Stick. An umpire called infield fly, and the ball wound up hitting off the outfield fence.
That's that right center field gap. For whatever reason, it swirled pretty good out there, but I believe it. I had my only story there was a pop-up. Ellis Burks popped one up, which I thought was in shallow left center field. So I was playing short, turned around, put my head down, and went to a spot. Turned around and looked up. The ball proceeded to bounce right where I had started. So, yeah, it was not good.
Ball 4 loads the sacks. Lowry reaching on his second walk of the inning. Well, Crisp has had 2 doubles in the inning. So both those guys have delivered on both of their plate appearances here in this 5th inning.
Well, my story is, and just every pop fly it was a circus time in that ballpark. But there was one we had 1980, Joe Morgan and Enos Cabell on the right side of the infield. Little Joe playing at second base. Pop fly went up, and Joe called it right in position. And before the play was all said and done, Enos Cabell was sliding probably, I can't tell you, 90 feet or so away from the first base bag by the back end of that first base dugout.
Are you kidding?
Dead serious.
Oh, that's a long run, man.
That it is.
Oh, boy.
Reddick has 2 walks tonight. There's ball 1. This is the 4th bases loaded opportunity the A's have had here in the 5th inning.
Yeah, this is going to test even the greatest of patience of that of Bo Porter right now.
It's 2-0. People were asking Bo Porter for the media about the workout they had yesterday. And he explained, well, we had 2 days off this week. Monday was a day off for the players, so that's why we had a workout yesterday. Now he calls time and goes out.
You know, there's a point at which a manager probably has to kind of break out the air out game. And I'm not so sure this isn't it. I don't know that Bo feels that way. But sometimes you have got to cut out the embarrassment factor.
The "you're better than this" guy's speech?
You better be, or we'll find somebody else who at some point is.
But I think that's good recognition on Bo's part. I mean, we talked about it, but obviously Bo feeling the same thing in that dugout. Recognized that that was a good time to go out there and maybe settle things down. I'm sure Bo Porter went out there and encouraged him a little bit in his own special way. But, you know, this is a time that we got to stop the bleed. We need to get out of this thing and get back in the dugout.
Well, he is an encouraging guy.
Reddick let it fly, and there's strike 1. 2 balls and strike. Yeah, Bo's all about competing. He doesn't really want to dwell on low payroll and inexperienced players.
Encouraged an angry fastball out of Reiner right there.
Sure did.
Another angry heater.
Yeah. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
But sometimes that's what it takes as a ball player. I mean, Bo hopefully has the wherewithal with these guys and recognizes personalities. Some guys, you know, need getting yelled at to get things back in order. So
yes.
use it when necessary.
It might give a guy his focus back.
You can use that anger in a positive way.
Foul ball.
Holy cow.
Well, professional pride says you don't want to embarrass yourself. You don't want to lose, number one. But when you do start embarrassing yourself and your team, there is a place where you can actually dig deeper and get a little more from.
Yes. Spent many a year, at least 3 years, with the Montreal Expos, getting pounded on consistently in that NL East early on when McLavins, Maddox, Smoltzes would come through, and we really had to start relying on each other.
Maxwell way back into center and turning and now sliding with the ball. With that catch to end the lengthy 7-run fifth for the Oakland A's, who just kept capitalizing on opportunities presented to them. And Maxwell is there to end it finally as the Astros come up looking for runs, looking for a breakout, trailing 8-0. And more, we have all your sports news covered. Check out Sportsnet Central 7 days a week at 6:10 and midnight on Comcast Sportsnet. Tonight's 10 Sportsnet Central is brought to you by TXU Energy. Kevin Eschenfelder was just in our booth with his daughter Nicole. Kevin hosting the 5 to 6 p.m. show. We had a visit today from the field. You guys will get your chance as the season goes along. He has a panel of experts, and they'll quiz you to find out what's going on in your opinion about the Astros as the season evolves.
Say professional opinion, I might be eliminated on that count.
Rick Ankiel.
Is that by definition?
Absolutely. True definition of it.
It's a good show. Upstairs, ball 1.
Yeah, I got to call a game with him in spring training. It was a good time.
That's right, you did.
He's got a lot of history, a lot of knowledge about the history of Houston sports alone.
Boy, he really does. And that show, that 5 to 6 p.m. show, will bring it all out because they talk about all sports in the area. 1 ball, 1 strike. And now it's all about the Astros trying to get their offense on track. 8-0 score, bottom of the 5th inning. So just try to get something rolling offensively. See if that part of the game can come around tonight.
Yeah, we got to talk to our offensive coordinator and try and get time of possession back on our side right here.
2-2. And what a difficult part of the game that is. trying to break out. And that's a strikeout, and it's number 8.
Well, as often can be the case when you talk about coordinators and all that, it's all about turnovers. And I would say the big error committed on the sharply hit ball by Cespedes in that 5th inning was the key moment in the ballgame to this point. That set up the inning. That was a play that ends the inning before anything really happens. Just a huge turnover for the Astros.
Yeah, in the inning they get 7 runs on 3 hits with that one error. Now Castro looks at ball 1. Jason struck out in the 2nd inning. He's from A's country, Castro Valley, California. And he slices that one out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. In fact, the newest Astro, lefty reliever Travis Blackley, who just joined the club today, went to Castro Valley, California to find somebody to play catch with him on a high school field, because he had had several days of inactivity. When a player's designated for assignment, as you see Blackley there, he doesn't have any teammates anymore. He doesn't know what's going on, Blummer.
There's some interesting situations that are created in the baseball.
Absolutely. You're in Never Land, right? You're just
nowhere. Oh, yeah. That was, I got traded to the Astros from the Expos in spring of 2002. And you go from an Expos clubhouse where I pretty much grew up with everybody and go into a clubhouse like Houston's at the time. And they put my locker right next to Baggy, Osmus, Bish. I'm going, oh, man. Yeah, I didn't say anything for about 3 months. But yeah, you gotta get to know each other real quick.
That can be intimidating.
Very, especially when you're meeting guys like Baggy and Bish. Not because of their person, just because of what they've done in the game of baseball and how much I actually appreciated watching them play. I learned a lot from them.
That respect factor.
Yes.
Yep. So if you walk into a clubhouse like that, and here's the pop-up by Castro caught by Donaldson, you know how they play the game. That's already a part of it, right? You don't need any lecture from them. This is the way we do it here. You know the way they do it there, and you know what they expect of.
That is exactly right. Knowing just from watching them and seeing how they approach the game and being fortunate enough to play against them a couple times, you're exactly right. Just knowing how they handle themselves before going into the situation is what created that respect.
Dominguez takes ball 1.
How are they viewed? How would you sum up as an opposing player Craig Biggio and Jeff Bagwell?
They were just grinders. I mean, they played the game the way it's supposed to be played. They played hard no matter what. They didn't take any of their all-star status for granted. Clutch hitting, that's what I enjoyed watching about them the most. Is Biz did, being a leadoff guy, I thought it was clutch, and late in the game he got on base, and he was hitting doubles every other AB, it seemed like. And Baggy, took the right approaches and drove him in, 3/4 of the time. So I knew going over there, I wasn't going to be the guy that slacked on defense. I wasn't going to be the guy that didn't run hard to first base. I was going to try and mix in and hopefully keep those guys from yelling at me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought that was the one big thing in watching them day in, day out, was that they played the game so respectfully that neither one was a rah-rah guy in the dugout or clubhouse. Their rah-rah cheerleading was in the way they played the game.
I'm going to say Baggy could just give you a look and not have to say anything to you. You were doing something wrong.
Sogard underneath. Here's the pop by Dominguez. That's a 1-2-3 fifth. That's 7 straight retired by Straily. And the A's lead at 8-0 through 5.
But the Rockets and Blazers are going to be going at it. Parsons and Harden were blazing in their return to action versus the Kings Wednesday. Tonight they head to Portland. Rockets at Trailblazers. Coverage starts at 9 p.m. For channel information, log on to csnhouston.com.
Just one game out of 6th. We'll have Alan Ashby tell us who wins the tiebreaker there.
Oh, man.
Well, there's a lot to be considered there, and I'll have to grind through it a bit.
Okay. Yoenis Cespedes, the batter, 8-0 Oakland. There's ball 1 from Reiner Cruz. Xavier Cedeno pitched no innings, allowed 1 hit, 6 runs, 3 earned, 3 walks, no strikeouts, and a hit batter. Then Cruz came in. And Cespedes reached on that error Alan Ashby was talking about.
Yeah, that really is the play. That is the 4th hitter of that 5th inning. 7 runs worth of an inning.
One ball, 1 strike.
It's really one of those plays you can't fault anybody. It was hit so sharply. But if the play's made, you get the double play, you come off the field, and it's a 1-0 game.
Right.
And they're young. They're going to learn how to maybe corral that ball a little bit or anticipate that play and maybe make the play next time. At least you're hoping to.
Jeff, you know, as an infielder, there's some guys that just hit it so sharply it makes life tough.
Yeah, and sometimes it creates, you know, the grass to the dirt. The hop gets, you know, the hops get kind of messed with when, depending on the speed of the ball, the rotation. And usually when the ball does go from the grass to the dirt, it picks up some speed. It has a little more top spin and jumps off that dirt. When it short hops shortstop like that, it'll jump a little bit. But you're hoping throughout the season, as Castro goes back, makes the play. Nothing's easy right now, by the way.
No,
but you hope throughout the season that if something like that does occur again, that the team can kind of rally together and the pitcher on the mound can kind of wipe it away and mentally come back and make a pitch to get another ground ball and get out of those situations.
Castro gets rid of that mask, but he winds up coming almost right back into it. And
yeah.
It's one of those things, when you toss the mask as a catcher, you want to make absolute certain you know where that ball is going to wind up.
And the wind is picking up.
Yeah, playing games with the roof open, the ball changes, the wind changes the pop fly a lot, as opposed to having that roof closed, obviously. But the tendency, more often than not, is when the ball goes back towards the screen or the stands, it almost comes back to the field for whatever reason.
If you have baseball in no wind, that pop fly should head right back toward the center field wall. If it's on the first base side, it should head that direction. The same on the third. That spin that's imparted wants to work it right back in that direction.
So the spin brings it back?
That would be a truism.
Good. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Ash will be at UH teaching Physics 101 on Fridays.
That spin will bring it back.
Spin back.
Jaso takes a look at it. It's 2 balls and a strike for Reiner Cruz. There have been some high scores around baseball tonight. Ooh, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Good life on that one. Which is that Washington-Cincinnati game today, 15-0 Cincinnati against the vaunted Washington pitching staff.
I saw Dan Herron and Zach Duke took a beating early on in that one.
Ooh.
Especially in Cincinnati, the ball starts flying out of that place. It's tough to contain it.
Herron was the loser. Homer Bailey the winner. 2 homers for Zach Cosart. 2 for Shin-Soo Choo, new center fielder of the Reds. Now, some folks think that he's not really a center fielder, a true center fielder. He's more of a right fielder. But they have Jay Bruce, and he's not a true center fielder either. So defensively, it'll be interesting to see how they do.
Yeah, that was definitely an offensive maneuver, bringing him over.
Flared foul and out of play.
The more I watch that Washington Nationals club, the more I think that's going to be a tough bunch to bring down this year.
Yes. Good lineup, good defensive club, power, pitching.
Yeah, those are great things to have.
And the Braves, with that outfield of theirs,
they find a way year after year, don't they?
They've been a top-notch organization for a long time. Different general managers. Different managers now. You know, Bobby Cox was there forever, but now they're still doing well. 3-2, and they've had that ability with their pitching to just repeat.
Solid back into the bullpen they have too.
Yeah, it really is. Kimbrel, but Venters went down with an elbow problem.
Yep, that's a problem when you're overly nasty like some of these guys.
Rocked up the right field line. This one kicks back toward Ankiel. That'll only be a single unless he wants to be out. Whoa, my goodness.
The radar gun says 102.
What a throw.
Even a smile from Ankiel's face, because you know that everybody down on the field is just going, you're kidding me, right?
That is a throw.
Yeah, you know he's got it, but when he does it, it's still impressive.
Every time I watch him really air it out from right field, I wonder, what did that look like from the mound?
And he almost short-armed that thing, too. He didn't reach back for it. Watch how quick he, wow. Yeah, there's some hate behind that one.
Go ahead, Punk, make my day.
Yeah.
Not sure what caliber that is, but that is one strong throw from right field.
It doesn't come down either. It just hangs through the air.
Yeah, completely true, as you saw in that overhead replay. That thing was on line.
That's back a spin. That's what Vinny Castillo would say. Played third base with him in San Diego, and he had as true an arm across the diamond as anybody ever saw.
He really did.
How do you do that? Hey, that's back a spin, dog.
Back a spin. Okay.
Yeah.
Ken Caminiti was the guy in the infield that could put some hemp on it across the diamond. Unbelievable.
He was unbelievable.
Who had a better arm?
I know who you're going to say too.
Yeah, Sean Dunston. I mean, I don't know a third baseman, but Sean Dunston, watching him play in person, that was a pretty phenomenal thing.
It was.
Actually, I thought that's where you were going, because everybody used to say Dunston, and those who had seen Caminiti would go that direction. I will say this: there was a spring training when Caminiti was watching us catchers get some work throwing down to second base. And he watched for a while, and he thought, well, that's just not good enough. And he said, can I step in here and try this? And he made a couple of throws, and I started pushing him off the field. There was no sense leaving him out there.
No. On through into left field. Young's aboard with a hit. He always seems to do that when he comes back to Minute Maid Park.
Yeah, he loves playing at home. Homegrown Houston kid.
Sure is.
I know him and Michael Bourne, I think, played high school ball either near or together with each other.
Carl Crawford.
Yep. That'd be a decent outfield.
Oh. Now Donaldson is 1 for 3. Had the 2-run single to right field in the 5th. Well, we had Jackie Moore, the bench coach for the Texas Rangers from Bel Air High School. Now Chris Young. So it's old home week for Bel Air High School. It's been a terrific baseball factory for many years. Well, Houston high school baseball has been just terrific. Watching Josh Beckett pitch the other night from spring and so on down the line. There have been so many really good major league players from this area.
Scott Kazmir wasn't too bad when he was a high schooler.
Not at all. Out at Cy Falls, and he just went on the disabled list now.
He's had a lot of problems with that arm.
Well, he pitched for the Sugar Land Skeeters, as you know, last year. And did you see who has signed with the Skeeters this year?
Scott Ellerton, who I actually managed in the Florida State League back in, I believe it was '96. What a great young man.
Yes. Well, he was a huge part of that '98 team coming out of the bullpen, throwing 97, 98 in the 7th and 8th innings. He was kind of a double setup man, Ash. He didn't go just one inning.
He'd ride that high fastball at low 90s numbers, but guys couldn't get to it. It was one, you know, you talk about, and we were earlier in the game about fastballs that maybe get some extra backspin and ride. That was Scott Ellerton.
He had a great changeup to back that
yes,
thing
he
up
did.
too, man.
Yes, he did.
Cow.
At one time, I thought the change was his best pitch.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Donaldson.
Don't know if many people would quickly remember this name, but the guy that caught Scott Ellerton in the Florida State League that year, Mitch Molesky, who had a big year with the bat here in Houston.
He did. Had a big year with the fists also.
Yeah, he did.
1 and 2. He got into it with Matt Mieske during batting practice. One of the few on-field episodes I've ever seen among Astros teammates. Bouncer up the middle. Altuve steps on the bag, throws to first. 4-3 double play. And after a 7-run 5th inning, the Astros put up a 0 in the 6th. It's 8-0 over. Bottom of the 6th inning coming up. Stolen bases is the subject of our Firestone Complete Auto Care Extra Mile Index. Ricky Henderson, the all-time Major League leader in steals, had 1,406 for the Oakland A's, many of them. And Lou Brock second with 938. Then it was Billy Hamilton, sliding Billy Hamilton, 912. Ty Cobb with 892. Tim Raines with 808. And what did he proclaim on that occasion? I have to admit I'm the greatest of all time, or something like that, Ash.
I think that was it. He stood up, held the bag up, and he said, I am now the greatest of all time.
Oh, Ricky said.
Yeah. There's ball one. Did you guys ever hear that story about Ricky when he was riding on the team bus?
There's so many good ones.
And,
yeah, this is a good one.
Yeah,
Ricky B. Ricky?
Ricky B. Ricky. Ricky was riding the team bus one day in the latter stages of his career. And he went to the back of the bus, or middle of the bus, and one of his teammates said, Ricky, you should be sitting up front. You know, you've got tenure. He said, no, Ricky got 20 years. Line drive up the right field line. It kicks out. And here's Marwin Gonzalez heading for second base with a double. The first extra base hit by an Astro tonight. Hit number 3 for Houston. That stops the string of 7 straight retired by Straily.
Pretty quick bat. Trying to get that fastball in, and Marwin says not a chance. Now is where you have to dig it out. When you hit one sharply down the line, you don't dig, you don't get 2, unless, of course, you get a guy that just kind of jogs it in, as Reddick did on this one. I don't know if Reddick thought maybe the fan had touched his baseball.
Might have. Jose Altuve singled in the 3rd inning. He's 1 for 2. Jose will take a 4-game hitting streak up against Bartolo Colon tomorrow night. That's a 6:05 start on Saturday. Remember that Bartolo Colon game when he was with Cleveland against the Astros and Ricky Gutierrez in Cleveland years ago in interleague play? It was about a 22 pitch at bat.
Oh yes.
1 to Altuve.
Do remember that.
Took almost as long as the 5th inning tonight. Foul back, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, yeah, Gutierrez had the only base hit in the one hitter by
Kerry Wood.
Kerry Wood.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, that Kerry Wood outing, and we mentioned it the other night, to me was the most similar thing I've watched to what Yu Darvish did the other night with that unhittable looking, sailing, breaking pitches.
Fouled away. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. That guy could really be unbelievable this year, but you know, it's all about consistency.
We'll see how much impact all those pitches in start number 1 on the season might have.
Right. That's part of it. And then pitching in the heat. And just for anybody staying healthy all season.
And no offense to our offense, but he's going to face a little more formidable lineup too. They're going to run on the board here, boys.
Hit to center field. Marwin Gonzalez coming in. Altuve RBI single, and the Astros have scored. They had not scored for 23 innings.
You know what? That's an outstanding reaction by the fans here.
Yep.
To legitimately cheer on the home team as they pick up a run.
And Altuve continues to show us how well he can strike the baseball. I'm impressed with his at-bats.
Yeah.
1-1 slider. He almost looked like he fought it off to stay alive, but didn't have to. But he breaking ball in the inside corner. He doesn't turn and burn. Just keeps going right back up the box.
It's that hanger that ties up a lot of hitters.
I want to ask you guys about that. Wesley Wright warming up. Red Wallace the batter. He's 0 for 2, 2 punch outs. And he's just plagued by strikeouts now. He has 10 strikeouts and 12 at bats. There's strike 1. It looked like on that breaking ball, it looked like Altuve kind of cleared out the left side, but he kept his hands back.
Yeah, he does an unbelievable job of keeping that barrel through the zone.
It's almost the same type of approach with a little less fall away, where he'll hit the ball to right field. He can get the hands out in front of the barrel really well. There you get a peek. From this angle, you can't see how he's clearing out quite as much as maybe from the mound view, but he just does a great job. Watch the left side clear out to get the barrel to the ball.
Yeah, that's a really good look at it.
Yeah, that's something you can't teach, is how to get that barrel to that baseball on a consistent basis.
1 and 2. So you think about guys like Tony Gwynn when you talk about hand-eye coordination, right? Was Tony Gwynn, would you say, Blummer, was about the best at that during your time?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's no doubt. Watching that guy play and then even trying to talk to him when I was in San Diego, that guy, he's thinking and playing and hitting on a whole different level than all of us, normal folk. But he is fun to watch. He was fun to watch, but he's also fun to listen to, because when you hear somebody talk who's that extensive in knowledge about something, I mean, it's incredible to hear what's actually going through his head.
He was one of the first guys I recall hearing that he had video that he would watch of himself time and time again.
Supposedly he had a little video player and he would look at it on the airplane, and he had everything cataloged, all of his at-bats against a certain pitcher, right?
I believe so. And the 3 years I was in San Diego, we would actually badger the video guy there, Mike Tompkins, to break out some of the old beta film things. I mean, he still had the player, and we'd actually watch Ken Caminiti and Tony Gwynn tapes, and I mean, they were incredible to watch.
I had somebody ask me if I'd like to be able to do that, to watch the video of my at-bats, and I said, "You kidding me? Would you want to watch that stuff?"
Well, that film no longer exists.
Say it's disintegrated by now, hadn't it?
By design.
Did you have to spin the reel by hand?
Yeah. Yes, crank it.
We
light the lighter behind the film to get the.
It was 8-track video.
8-track. Yeah. You played your 8-track music while you.
Or did you have to flip
it.
like a flip book? Somebody draw it out for you.
Yeah, there you go.
Strikeout, 1 out. And Carter comes up next. That's 9 strikeouts now for Straily, and Straley's at 86 pitches. And the A's had those 4 games with Seattle, and so they're going tonight with a guy who presumably will be demoted next to the minor leagues so they can get Bartolo Colon into their rotation tomorrow night. And they seem to have pretty good depth in that rotation when they're doing that. It's hard, though, to anticipate Bartolo Colon giving them 35 starts this year. Absolutely foul. He's striking. Brett Anderson, who was the opening day starter for the A's, will go Sunday here against Bud. Well, it was Bud Norris on the notes here, but that's now changed. That's going to be Lucas Harrell Sunday. Bud goes tomorrow night. No balls, 2 strikes. Bud will be going with an extra day rest tomorrow night, but Lucas will be on regular 4 days rest. Early in the season, it's kind of interesting to see how managers do their rotations. That's a swing and a strikeout of Carter. That's 10 punch outs, and now that's 53 for the season for Astros hitters.
Watching Straily here this evening, you get a taste of how he led minor league pitchers a year ago in strikeouts. Good stuff. It's not great overpowering with the fastball, but a great blend.
He's got that sharp down slider working tonight. Dangling out there thinking that the Astro hitters have a chance, and by the time they get to swing at it, it's down and out of the zone.
Carlos Pena with a strikeout and a bouncer to second. Sogard shifted out into shallow right field as usual. We talked earlier about bunting. Now this might be a thought. You're going to need a lot of base runners to get back in this game. But then again, he's an RBI man, and he's hitting cleanup. And usually guys who hit cleanup feel that they need to drive in runs.
Yeah, I don't know that I would feel like the A's would have a right to be angry at Pena for dropping down a bunt here to get something going. But I have a feeling that Carlos Pena has taken it upon himself to say, maybe not the right time. It's not running time in a ball game. It's time to make something happen with a swing.
On Hopper, and there's the play by Fryman. It's 1 run, 2 hits, and a man stranded after 6, 8-1 A's. Houston, and Wesley Wright will become pitcher number 4 for Bo Porter today. Fans will be probably sticking around for fireworks after the game tonight. 6:05 start tomorrow night. Wesley Wright getting loose before facing the A's club. It'll be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters in the 7th inning. in 2 games so far. He has no record, inning in the 3rd, allowing 1 hit and walking 1. Lefty's 0 for 4 against Wesley. He had a hitless inning on Wednesday after giving up 2 runs in 2/3 of an inning Tuesday night. Eric Sogard leads it off. Sogard has been on twice with a single, and he was hit by a pitch. Rainer Cruz went 1 2/3 innings, allowing 3 hits, no runs. He had 1 walk, no strikeouts. And strike 1 to Sogard. And strike 2 to Sogard. Phil Garner was in spring training with the A's. Lives in Houston, so he's attending all 3 games of this series here.
What a great baseball guy. What a great guy.
Yeah. Slowly hit, and Altuve takes care of it. That's a little jam shot on Sogard, and Wright gets him for out number 1.
Tomorrow the Astros continue this 3-game set against the A's. First pitch at 6:10 p.m. The first 10,000 fans will receive an inaugural American League West baseball. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com to pick up your tickets today.
Shiny new logo on that white baseball right there. Nate Fryman is the batter. He's 0 for 3. Yeah, Gar said he scouted the Rangers the last 10 days of the season or so before that season-ending series when Oakland swept them.
I'm not sure I would acknowledge. Well, I guess that would be good to acknowledge from the A's perspective. That's right.
He took no credit. He said all they did was confirm all the video scouting we had done. He said the video is so great anymore. That's line foul.
That is the way Nate Fryman was hitting some baseballs during the course of the spring.
Yeah. Did you think he hit the ball pretty well to right center as well?
Yeah, I thought with 2 strikes on him, I saw a couple of at-bats where he would stay on the pitch, breaking balls, and just line it into right center field. Real nice job.
18,197 to paid attendance. Started the bat, but he stopped it.
He wasn't the prototypical big guy. He's 6'8", so obviously he is the big guy. But in terms of just taking the big hacks and willing to strike out a bunch and try to launch some home runs, he was a good-looking hitter.
This one a liner to right field, backs up Ankiel for out number 2. Well, there's been 8 runs on 7 hits for the Oakland A's so far. They also have received 7 bases on balls in this game, and there's the activity from top to bottom of the order. Coco Crisp with a big night, starting with a leadoff homer on a 1-2 pitch.
And going back to Nate Fryman, that ball was hit pretty well to right field. Rick Ankiel made a good play on it, but the at-bat before hit a bullet to right field.
2-line drives.
Came in and laid out and made the catch. But when you're hitting the ball with that kind of authority to right field, you got a pretty good idea at the plate.
Yeah, it's hang with him time back on the bench, but the reality is good looking at bats.
Yeah, managers do notice that. So, kudos to him for to continue to do that and not trying to break out and try and do something different because he's gotten out twice.
Crisp, a switch hitter. There's that quiet a night with a homer, 2 doubles, 3 runs batted in, and a walk. Also, he scored twice. No balls, 2 strikes to Coco Crisp. Gotta love some of these baseball names. Covelli Lois Crisp is his given name.
I appreciate the fact he's going with Coco this evening. I have issues with names, and that one would have been.
Well, he could have been Covelli Cervelli.
Oh, yeah. That's a great one. Lined Altuve snatches that one before it goes into center field to make it a 1-2-3 7th inning. And the A's lead at 8-1. during the 7th inning stretch. Bud Norris was superb on opening night. Tomorrow he gets his second start of the season. It all starts with Astros pregame live Friday at 5:30. And in fact, it's Saturday at 5:30 tomorrow on Comcast Sportsnet. Your home for your home team. Let's take a look now at the pitching matchup brought to you by Chevron. Care for your car. And that is the Saturday pitching matchup for Bartolo Colon, who was 10-9, suspended for 50 games on August 22nd, coming back tomorrow night, and Bud Norris. Dan Straily with Pat Neshek warming up in the bullpen, delivers strike one to Justin Maxwell, who is 0 for 2. Kansas City spoiled the Phillies home opener 13-4. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Been a long time for those Royals since they've been respectable. I wonder, has the time come?
Well, they certainly are going for it, aren't they, after they trade with Tampa Bay? And,
yeah.
And they picked up pitcher who had been with the Angels. There's a line shot to left field, one hopping the wall. Maxwell heads for second base, and he hit that one sharply for a leadoff double. His first double of the season after 2 triples in the opener.
A little excitement, a little leadoff double to get things going here. Heater up and in, crushed it.
Oh, he did.
Easy to get tied up on this pitch, but he got the barrel to it very quickly. And he runs well. I'd like to see him be able to utilize this speed.
He's aboard for Rick Ankiel, who's swift twice tonight. There's strike one. Yeah, the Urban Santana acquisition gave the Royals another veteran arm after that deal with Tampa Bay. Brought them James Shields and Wade Davis. And they gave up one of the top prospects in all of baseball. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in Kansas City.
Jeremy Guthrie, a part of that staff?
Yeah. Well, Bruce Chen was the winner today.
Timeless wonder.
You know, he was with the Astros, what, about 10 years
act.
ago, and we all thought he was finished then, right?
I thought his arm was
I
history.
thought it fell off. Yeah.
Crazy. Good for him.
Absolutely. I
agree.
You know, it's a wonder to be a left-handed pitcher anyway. Sometimes those guys will survive on the type of stuff that a right-hander would get destroyed on.
It's amazing. It's really amazing.
Oh, you got to take the dose right there.
Yeah. 2-2.
You take that one?
Oh, I'm begging for it.
Yes, sir.
If I were Alan Ashby at the current moment, I would not lean in and try and take one off the ribs right now. But
don't do it. No.
Be down there with a flak jacket on.
And it winds up as a strikeout. That's number 11 for Straily. This is a strikeout epidemic for the Astros.
It is. This is hard to figure.
54 punch outs. Not even to the end of game 4 yet. Castro is 0 for 2.
Yeah, Castro was a little annoyed at his last at bat. He felt like he missed a pitch. 0 for 13 on the season. It'd be nice to see him get on top of a fastball right here and change his fortune a little bit and pick up an RBI.
Couldn't have had a better spring with the bat than the one he put up.
True.
So frustrating. That's where, I mean, that just plays into the whole spring training. What does it mean, you know?
And you know, as a player, you start hanging out hit after hit in the spring and you're already grumbling to yourself, well, I don't mind getting the hits right now. It's kind of nice, but I'd like to have a dose of these when the season starts.
You'd like to have a couple, 6 or 7 of those tucked away in your back pocket, saving them up for opening week.
Bring me a few bushels opening day.
Zach Greinke's getting the start for the Dodgers tonight. They lead Pittsburgh after 3, 1-0 in L.A. Andre Ethier hit his first homer. Towering. And shortstop Lowry is back. 2 outs. Matt Dominguez will be next, but first of all, we may have a pitching change. Straily is at 101 pitches. And that's going to be all he is asked to do tonight. And Bob Melvin has gotten an outstanding start from his right-hander, who made the advancement from AA to AAA to the big leagues last year. Had 7 good starts for the A's, and now his first one of 2013 gives him a career-high 11 strikeout game through 6 2/3. Oakland leads it 8-1. Back in a moment. Eight to 1, the Athletics lead the Astros. Bottom of the 7th, 2 outs. Runner at second base, Pat Neshek. This is one of the pressing issues of our time. Do we call him a submariner or a submariner? There's ball 1 to Matt Dominguez. What would you go with, Ash?
I was trying to think of how a submariner might fit in there. I mean, they did split a 4-game series with Seattle.
Right.
So he's not exactly below them.
No.
I'm going to go with submariner.
Okay.
He does look a little confused with that delivery himself. Looks like he wants to go way down and then comes out sideways.
Yeah.
Can I apologize for my wheels, I think, have officially come off?
Well, we'd all have to apologize for that. 2 balls and a strike. Pat Neshek, 32 years old, from Madison, Wisconsin. Went to Butler University, quite a basketball school. Ground ball hit. Maxwell's going to come home. And here's a throw to the plate. Not in time. And into second base, Dominguez. It's 8-2 on the RBI single by Dominguez, and then he continues to second on the throw to the plate.
I find it a little interesting that Cespedes fired that ball home as aggressively as he did in this situation. You're up 8-1. There's no reason to. I mean, we all know you have a pretty good arm, but unless you're, Straley's best buddy, and you're trying to cut that earned run off from him. But
well, on the back end of this play, what you can't see is Matt Dominguez digging into second base, so he's in scoring position because of that throw to the plate. That's just a baseball mistake, and I think Bob Melvin probably will try to address that right away.
Yeah, I mean, third baseman could have made a good move right there and actually cut that ball and kept Dominguez at first base. But those types of things lead to bigger innings than are necessary.
Might have gotten an out at second base if they had pulled off the cutoff there.
Yeah. Dominguez got his second RBI of the season. That was ball 1 to Marwin. Gonzalez with a double to right. He's 1 for 2. That's 6 hits for the Astros. The A's have 7 hits, but they've left 8, and they've drawn 7 walks. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pat Neshek pitched 24 times for Oakland last year with a 1.37 ERA. He was at Norfolk much of the year. 2 balls, 1 strike. He had Tommy John surgery in 2009. A lot of times guys who deliver from down at that angle don't have arm problems.
Laredo's usually a safe place to deliver from.
But as you guys pointed out, we say submariner, that's a strike, but really not down there where Tekulve was, right?
Yeah, Jeff's right on the money. It's like he gets down there and then decides, I really don't want to go from there. I'm going to drop it right from my waistband.
Flip over Lowry into left field. Stop sign for Dominguez. Cespedes going into second. Third hit of the inning for the Astros is Marwin Gonzalez is 2 for 3 tonight.
Would have been fitting to pick up a run on that base hit thanks to that ill-advised throw on the previous base hit.
That would have been nice. This is a good piece of hitting right here. Got your rear end in the dugout and your hands stay back and just flick it out into the left field.
Yeah.
What could have been a 2-out RBI. Cespedes charged in pretty aggressively to cut that ball off and keep the run from scoring.
Yeah, you hope that nobody tries to make a poster out of that swing, but very thrilled to come up with a knock.
Hit number 7 for the Astros. Jose Altuve has 2 of them and an RBI. He's 2 for 3. Leaning back to the ball.
That pitch is. I bet if you see a strike box on that pitch is right down the chute.
Did you see the reaction from the umpire? Put his hands up like, hey, I had no idea where that ball came from.
It's 2-0.
Catcher's turning around and checking out. You okay back there?
Pitchers always put those catchers in some awkward positions. You know, some of the body language gets translated wrong, and it's up to the catcher to reinterpret what is actually going on and try and protect the pitcher.
You've got a personal at bat coming soon, and you want to keep the relationship reasonable. But there are those moments where you go, you okay?
Game's getting a little long.
Yeah.
Regroup.
Visit from Jay So. Chris Resop is warming up. 3 balls, no strikes to Altuve. Arizona down Milwaukee 3-1. Wade Miley won that one. And Resop gets loose, but we'll see how much more time he has now as there's a mound visit. Kurt Young, the pitching coach for this Oakland team, while the bullpen phone is ringing from Bob Melvin, has a word or two for his right-hander. Matt Moore pitched shutout ball tonight, and Tampa Bay blanked Cleveland 4-0. Well, Boston went into Toronto and won 6-4. So John Farrell had his day.
Yeah, I wonder how that night went with the fans and John Farrell.
Apparently the fans are not real happy with him. Altuve takes a walk below the bases.
That would be my guess. Yeah, he mentioned after getting the opportunity to go to Boston that was his dream job. And, you know, after getting your chance to manage in the big leagues after having never managed anywhere previously, that maybe didn't sit real well.
Evidently not. Red Wallace has struck out all 3 times tonight. Now here's Melvin coming out to make a change. So Straily went 6 2/3. He left with a runner at second, 2 outs, and Neshek has allowed 2 singles and a walk. That'll do it for him. With the score 8-2 Oakland. Back in a moment.
Doesn't yet carry CSN. Call and tell him that you want your CSN. To get the facts and learn how you can help, go to iwantcsnhouston.com. We're working diligently to get CSN Houston on all TV providers.
Or you could come over to Alan Ashby's house and watch.
You know, I wish I could say that you're welcome. In fact, you're welcome, but you're not going to get your CSN yet.
But you have your CSN.
Instead of I want my MTV, I want my CSN.
Chris Reesop is warming up before facing Brett Wallace. In 2 games, he's gone a couple of innings, given up 1 hit without a walk. Reesop, a 30-year-old veteran, began his career with the Marlins. Bounced around to several teams, including one in Japan. Last year, he pitched 61 times for the Buccos. Brett Wallace had an RBI double off him last year in his 5 appearances against Houston. Maybe this is the guy Wally needs to get going.
Well, we're only 4 games into the season, but if anybody is due, it is this man at the plate right here, right now.
He's had 13 at-bats. He struck out 11 times.
That is what you call non-confidence building.
Back one to Wallace.
And with the way things are going, the baseball gods are probably looking down and will allow him to line out into an amazing web gem.
Right.
It can be a cruel game.
Ooh, yeah. Believe it.
It's one of them.
And it's crazy. You watch these games and you look at Jason Castro, Chris Carter, 0 for 12, 0 for 13. If this happens in mid-July, nobody talks about it.
Yeah.
You know, because it's not recognizable. But so early in the season with not getting a hit, you know, it's exaggerated when you look up on the scoreboard and see a bunch of zeros.
Wallace to center field. Just in for the catch. And the Astros in the 7th inning come up with a run on 3 hits. They leave 3. Matt Dominguez had the RBI single to make it 8-2 Oakland through 7.
Eight to 2, and our AT&T tweet of the game comes from Travis Blackley, the newest Astro after yesterday's trade. He says, "Thanks everyone for the wishes. I'm looking forward to the next chapter with the Astros. Excited to meet the team and be in uniform again." All right, he hopes to bring what he did in Oakland to Houston, as he was a big part of that team who went on to win the division. And the guys were talking about it earlier. He had about a week since being designated for assignment where he didn't have a home. His tweets were pretty entertaining. And now he doesn't have to use hashtags like, what did he say? Life of a guy with no team and just want to play, guys.
Oh, yeah. He's back from Never Never Land, native of Australia, just joining the Astros today. And now Hector Ambrose has come into this game. He is pitcher number 5 for the Astros, working the 8th inning. 18,197 to paid attendance. Jed Lowry is the first man Ambriz faces. He has walked twice and scored 0 for 2 tonight. Taking ball 1 from Ambriz. Ambriz against the Texas Rangers gave up 4 hits and 3 runs in 1 inning in the 4-0 loss Wednesday. In his only outing, which you see right there. Wesley Wright had a 1-2-3 inning without a strikeout. That's in for a strike. Reiner Cruz in 1 2/3 innings allowed 3 hits, no runs with 1 walk, no strikeouts. Dan Straily 6 2/3 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, no walks, 11 strikeouts. Pat Neshek gave up 2 hits and a walk. Worked no innings, gave up no runs. Chopped, and it goes foul. 1-2. Ambriz came up with the Astros last year and did well. This spring, he was a strong candidate to be on the bullpen, but he had an injury to his ankle early in the spring. Had to get that squared away. He was in a boot for a few days before he was able to resume activities, and eventually made the club. That's into right field for a hit. And Lowry connects to send his hitting streak to 4 games. So the A's are 5-1 against the Astros. They were 2-1 in a trip here to Houston in 07 and swept a 3-game series in Oakland in 02. Art House should remember that. Josh Reddick has walked twice in this game. He has stolen a base.
I think his beard has gotten longer during this game.
Let's see now. Jeff Bagwell had a pretty long one at one point, a goatee. Who's the guy with the longest beard you can remember? This guy?
Brian Wilson rocked a pretty good one.
Oh, that's right.
And then there's that guy.
He beats them all.
I bet he went through more than just 1 bottle of shoe polish on that beard of his, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Off Ambry's leg. It caroms over by third base, and everybody moves up. It's first and second, nobody out. An infield hit by Reddick.
And you hope that doesn't do any more damage to Ambriz. Hopefully just a ricochet. Rex and Bo will come out and check that thing out just to make sure. Shot back up the middle. Yeesh.
Right ankle, carom.
A lot of bone down there.
Yes.
No goal on the play.
Had to clear the crease.
And he's staying in. Yeah, if there's one thing a guy like Hector Ambriz would not want to do, it's come out of this. You just came into the game. It's an 8-2 ball game. You don't want to let down your bullpen mates by saying, okay, I'm checking out. Cespedes is 0 for 4, but he has an RBI, reaching on an error. Well, the Cuban-born players have been interesting in Major League Baseball. Aroldis Chapman, Cespedes, 2 of the best. That's a strike.
Jeff, have you had a chance to face Chapman?
Fortunately not, no. I had been sitting on the bench, and one of my teammates in Arizona had to go up and take the at-bat off him, and I greatly appreciated that, because even from the side, watching him and hearing how his fastball pops in that glove was not fun.
Way outside.
And I remember they came through here when I was here, and Jason Michaels was here, and I believe it was here at Minute Maid. He came in and he's pumping 102, and J. Mike gets the call to go up there and face him, because he was a pretty good right-handed hitter off the bench. And Aroldis blew him away, I think with 4 or 5 fastballs of ranging from 99 to 102, and J. Mike came back. He said it was every bit of 102. The gun was not lying.
Turn up your dial every bit that you've got. You still can't get to it, huh?
Yeah, there's no way. I don't know if my dial would ever get that high.
I remember catching Billy Wagner the one year I coached here. And It was, I mean, it's the same thing. On given stretches, he could go 98 to 101. I don't know if he was hitting 102, but it was the same thing. And it was just unbelievable to watch.
It is amazing that a human being can create that kind of velocity with that ball.
Well, Cespedes, if it had not been for Mike Trout, would have been Rookie of the Year in the American League. He finished second. He was a 26-year-old rookie.
Mike Trout at the age of, what was he, 20 last year, and didn't play the first month in the big leagues.
That is just something else.
Put up the most amazing season.
He really did.
And the Angels have him in left field and not in center.
Yeah.
Wow.
Peter Borges is the center fielder, but Trout made all those highlight reel catches.
And you know, I get it. I know that Borges can flat run and can do some special things. I'm not sure he can do things any more special than Mike Trout. And to me, you want to provide the opportunity for the guy that has already had the big season, don't you?
Well, I wondered about the injury factor and whether that was why they made that decision.
That's what I was just going to comment too. I think that's a good point. I know that he's only 20, but I mean, is it too early to think about that, or are they trying to keep him healthy for? I mean, at that age, let him run out there and go have some fun.
You know, I have a perspective on that. Every outfielder deals with an outfield fence. But the corner outfielders deal with the walls down the line, and to me, those can be the more dangerous positions.
Good point. Foul ball. Well, remember Doc Ewell, of course. Ash, you were around him for a long time.
What a memory, and of course we miss him, but he did a heck of a job for a long time. He could wear you out with some massages, though.
Yeah, and so he was with the Astros club for decades, and he used to talk about guys like Eric Davis, Jeff, and how, well, these fast guys get hurt, you know, because their speed allows them to go into fences where a less speedy guy wouldn't be able to get back there and bang into that wall and try to make the catch. So that can lead to injuries if you have that kind of speed. And just watching Trout make all those catches, he's banging that rib cage into the wall, would be a little scary if you're his manager.
That would explain why Doc Ewell liked me as a player.
Oh.
No speed with which to get injured.
Good point. You were a low-risk guy, except for catching the knuckleball, that is.
Yeah, that was high risk.
We'll roll her back to Ambriz. He looked at second and then, without moving his feet at all, threw to first. That was pretty impressive.
That was impressive. All arm right there, but a good choice to make, too, right there.
Yes, it was. One out, but Lowry going to third and Reddick to second.
Little nubber off the end of the bat. Not hit hard enough to get Reddick running to second base.
Now runners at second and third for Jaso. Astros infielders come in tight. That's ball one to Jaso. Derek Norris probably would do a lot of catching for this club. Jaso is the guy tonight. The A's traded their catcher to Washington last year. Oh, there's a shot off Ambry's leg again. That's the second one of the inning, and here's Dominguez. Oh, safe at first. Cole Porter's going to come out after the safe call by Tim Welke.
Yeah, Bo doesn't let the situation in a ball game dictate that maybe he should just stay in the dugout.
He got his explanation, and that's good for Bo.
Yeah, it's amazing how often that ball will ricochet off the pitcher and bounce towards third base for whatever reason. But that back leg of Ambriz is taking a beating right now.
Yeah.
It's not the most ideal defensive body placement. And a good call at first base. How much does a major league hitter want that infield single?
You smell it right there.
Dig with everything you got.
Jaso got there. 2 hits for him tonight.
Yeah, I don't know how true it was, but when I was playing here with Jimmy Williams, had a couple situations like that where I didn't make the play on the ball bouncing off the pitcher. Jimmy Williams pulled me off the side. He goes, Jeff, you got to get over there on those balls. 75% of the time it bounces to the third baseman.
Wow.
Really?
I don't know if that's true or not, but he sold me that day. I was like, oh, man, I'm charging everything that goes up the middle.
There's a stat I had never heard.
That's impressive.
And you don't know if that was just, good managerial psyche right there or what, but, it got me.
Gonzalez tossing, Altuve jumping and getting the double play with a runner on top of him. And it's no runs, 3 hits, 2 men left. Middle of the 8th inning, 8-2 A's. Bottom of the 8th inning, and we promised it earlier in the game. Here it is. It's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. You've been patient. You've been waiting. Here it is. Jose Altuve up the middle. RBI single in the 6th inning. That breaks the scoring drought of 23 innings for the Astros. Altuve's 2nd hit of the night. He also has a walk. Gonzalez had opened the inning with a double. Now pitcher number 4 comes in for the A's. He is Evan Scribner. Scribner is 27 years old from New Milford, Connecticut. And he'll be taking over after Chris Resop retired the only man he faced, Brett Wallace. 1 game for Scribner with those numbers. Last year he pitched 30 times for Oakland with a 2.55 ERA, striking out 30 in 35 innings. He went to Central Connecticut State. The A's had an outstanding bullpen last year, Blummer. They had the 2nd best bullpen ERA in the American League at under 3, and that's pretty impressive work. And then the starters are young, so it'll be interesting to see how starters hold up under the innings that they want from them this season.
Yeah, it's always interesting too to see if the bullpen can back up what they do for a full season. Putting up those kind of numbers, you're getting a lot of opportunities on the hill, but you're also throwing a ton of pitches. Try and do that in back-to-back years sometimes is a little daunting. I guess it's chilly.
It's getting chilly. As Chris Carter comes to the plate, he's 1 for 3. 59 degrees, in fact. That is strike 1 to Carter, with Pena and Maxwell follow, but it's not Pena, it's J.D. Martinez on deck. Sales high for a 1-ball, 1-strike count. The Astros won opening night on Sunday night before a geared up crowd. They beat the Texas Rangers, and Now they've fallen behind 8-2 in this one, trying to avoid a third straight loss after that opening night win. That's high to left field. And then Cespedes comes over. Cespedes with the catch. 1 out. J.D. Martinez is going to pinch hit for Carlos Pena. Pena was 1 for, let's see, he was 0 for 3 in the game. And J.D. this season is 0 for 2. White Sox and Mariners are tied 6-6 through 9. Foul away, strike 1. We'll be in Seattle next week. Franklin Gutierrez hit his second home run of the season for the Mariners already. The liner goes foul. Let's see now. Actually have a roof on that ballpark. They roll the roof over the park. Is that the way it works?
You're referring to Seattle? Yes. It's the same kind of a setup. From right field it comes in.
Okay.
Yet the interesting thing about Seattle, or Safeco ballpark, if it's still called that, is it's still open.
That's what I thought.
It's not fully enclosed, as where here at Minute Maid, when they close the roof, they have the panels out in left field. They've totally enclosed the ballpark. Safeco has a similar thing. Like Ash was saying, the roof kind of unfolds in a similar fashion, but where the windows panels are here at Minute Maid, it's completely open. So you still get to enjoy the sometimes brisk weather in the Northwest.
Well, so this time of year, is it usually brisk?
Yes.
Okay. 2 balls, 2 strikes. We better pack something then for that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That hurts when it's already not going well for you.
And strikeout number 12 for A's pitching tonight.
Yeah, that's just a tough break for JD, and the replay obviously confirms that it is pretty low. That's below the nape of the knee.
Scott Berry called it strike 3.
That's a tough go for JD too. I think his only 3 at bats have been pitch hit situations, and it's tough to come off the bench and put together a good at bat like he was just now. And the first 2 at bats were actually pretty good for him this year too. But to get punched out on a borderline call is always, it'll haunt you.
Maxwell doubled and scored in the 7th inning. He's 1 for 3. That was ball 1 to Justin. Detroit beat the Yankees 8-3. Yankees really down right now. Got a lot of able-bodied stars to play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
But Andy Pettitte goes on and on.
That is true, isn't it?
And he handed the ball to somebody else that keeps going on and on.
Mr. Mariano Rivera. Yeah, that's really amazing to watch those guys continue to get outs.
Such great competitors for so many years. 2 balls and strike.
Keep doing it at that level is incredibly impressive.
Really is. And now Mark Teixeira trying to make it back by maybe early May, according to the latest reports.
And Derek Jeter got some bad news. They said they don't expect him back until May.
Oh.
Got pushed back.
Out to right center field. Reddick is calling. And in the 8th inning, the Astros go quietly. We move to the 9th. It's 8-2 Oakland. To you by Progressive. Visit progressive.com today. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. 8-2, the A's lead it here in downtown Houston, Texas. First game of a 3-game weekend series. Cool, crisp, clear night. Jose Veras comes in for an inning of work against the Texas Rangers Tuesday night. He gave up 2 runs in 1 inning in the 7-0 Texas win. 328 games for his career, mostly as a setup man. You see the 5 saves in 17 opportunities, but Jeff, those setup guys wind up, those are tough blown saves that they get, but that's pretty commonplace for them.
Yeah, unfortunately it's kind of just the hazard of the business that they're in. Knowing sometimes that situation will fall on them being late in the game. They don't get the credit as a closer, or being named the closer, but they're still a pretty vital cog towards the end of the game.
Josh Donaldson leads it off. He had a 2-run single in the 5th inning. That's when it all really hit the Astros hard. 7 runners scored, and they batted around +3. They had only 3 hits in the inning, scoring 7 runs. 3 were unearned. Walks were a big part of the problem. There was a costly error, a bunt. So little things really mushroomed to really nail them with that 7 spot. 2 balls, no strikes.
Yeah, you take away that 1 inning, we've got the lead.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, you take away the 1 error. And again, we've talked about it. A tough play, but one when made, you get out with giving up no runs and get the Astros on top 2-1. Just not the way things have been going, though.
Atlanta beat the Cubs 4-1. Mike Minor won that one. Justin Upton hit his 3rd homer. There are people who think that he and B.J. Upton, the brothers playing next to each other in the outfield, both just really go nuts this year. 2 very talented players, 3 balls and a strike.
Yeah, even with what Justin Upton has done when he was in Arizona, his ceiling is still pretty high.
And then you've got Jason Hayward in right field. It's one of the top outfields around.
Yeah, by the end of the season, they're going to be talking a lot about them.
A walk, and Donaldson is aboard with Sogard coming up. Sogard's been on twice with a single, and he was hit by a pitch. Jose Veras pitched for Milwaukee last year. Signed as a free agent with the Astros. And he had 151 combined appearances in 2011-2012. He was in the top 7 among major league relievers in appearances those 2 years combined. Fastball in for a strike. It's interesting to see that Jose Valverde signed a minor league deal with Detroit.
Yeah, it sounded like early on they were dead set against bringing him back at all.
I wonder how much part Jim Leland played in that. Because I'm not sure that the skip was the guy that was overly down on his closer from last year, but at some point he says, look, we're going to need some help, and I have a feeling he might slot back in that bullpen spot.
Well, Phil Koch had 1 save, and then he blew another one. So it's bullpen by committee. And it's fairly unusual for a team that went to the playoffs last year to jettison the closer, although he was bad in the playoffs, and then just go with bullpen by committee.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting, especially with as good as that ball club is. You figured they'd lock somebody down in that 9th inning to shut these things down for the wins.
Sogard flares one out to shallow center field with Maxwell moving in for the catch. 1 out.
Astros' big and bright Friday nights are the perfect combination of baseball and family fun. Each Friday night game is followed by a spectacular fireworks show presented by Marathon Oil. This Friday, our first 10,000 fans will get a special T-shirt presented by Waste Management. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com to get your tickets today.
And those are the ones you're seeing tonight. 2 outs. It's Nate Fryman now, and he is 0 for 4, but lined the ball to Rick Ankiel on a well hit ball back in the 5th inning. That's ball 1 to Fryman.
Call me crazy, but I think Jose Veras would be a good closer to have, because if you rearrange the letters in his last name, he's a saver.
Hadn't thought about that.
Nice.
That's good work.
I've had some time to think about it.
You're getting into this broadcasting thing. 1 ball, 1 strike. Just as long as you don't play Scrabble in the 7th innings.
Yeah, that would be bad news.
We've got no chance against him.
No, we don't. You like this gig up here?
I'm enjoying it so far. You guys are making it easy on me.
Well, we'll try to make it tougher then.
I appreciate that. Well, I saw what you did to Ash earlier in the game. I'm going to be super nice to you, Brownie.
1 out to Maxwell, 2 outs. Ash is an old pro. He can handle it.
I think that came because I had blamed Brownie for the early run against the Astros. But I think I was on the money with it.
You were definitely on the money with it, pal. We've got to figure out something different for tomorrow night, that's for sure.
Good grief. I tried parking in a different parking spot, mixed up the uni I wore up here. I'm going to get some new hair product. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with clean underwear tomorrow.
I appreciate that, having sit next to you for the last 3 days.
Coco Crisp has had a night with a homer, a pair of doubles, a walk, and then he hit one that was caught by Altuve, smacking a line drive that could have been his 4th hit and his 5th time on base. Nice on base average for this game for Crisp.
Kind of works, doesn't it?
Boy. He can really track down balls in center field. It's 2 balls, no strikes. You know, the Astros will be in Seattle, then Anaheim, then Oakland. Come back for another homestand, go to Boston and New York. Totally different feel for April baseball for Houston fans.
Well, we've had a lot of talk about what it means to move to the American League West, and we've gotten as we're in Game 4, a pretty quick peek at how tough it can be.
Well, Jeff Luhnow thinks the AL West is the best division in baseball. I agree with him.
I think it has become that. I thought in recent years I would have gone American League East.
This year, of course, you know, we could say that it's early April. Who knows? Everybody has an opinion, but
that's true. A handful of injuries somewhere along the line, and things change entirely.
And you look at the Yankees; they appear to be in a down cycle right now. Not sure whether Baltimore can hang in there the way the Orioles did last year. Boston has restructured 3-2, so it's really kind of tough to tell what the Red Sox have on their hands.
Yeah, it is. That team is very tough to figure. The Baltimore Orioles had one of those magical years last year where every time they went extra innings, they would win. Every time there was a save opportunity, they closed it out. They just got it done.
Well, they were the kings of one-run games, weren't they? 3-2. The runner goes with 2 outs. Donaldson takes off, and it's popped up. Marwin Gonzalez back to pull it in the 9th inning for Oakland. No runs, no hits, and a man left. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Oakland 8, Houston 2.
Astros.com. At Bat is the #1 source for live baseball everywhere you go. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. Follow the Astros with live audio, stats, highlights, and much more. Text at Bat to 31826 or visit Astros.com for details.
BlackBerry 10? There have been 10 different BlackBerries already?
Just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
That is crazy.
2 weeks they'll be in BlackBerry 11.
We go to the bottom of the 9th inning, and it's Rick Ankiel. He is 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts tonight. Art Howe's getting ready for the postgame show.
Art is always ready.
Yes, he is. He was born ready. He can give us that unique perspective from someone who has managed both of these clubs.
Wow.
1 ball and 1 strike. Well, Barry Zito from back in the day pitched a shutout again today. That's crazy, isn't it?
It is crazy.
1 and 2. There have been some shutouts in the early going.
Watching him pitch in the postseason last year, that was some special mastery going on with a guy that frankly doesn't have his stuff that he once had.
Not even close.
Well, it was a 1-0 win. That's a strikeout. Looking 4 strikeouts for Rick Ankiel in this game.
Turns that sombrero golden, and it's tough to take.
That's 13 Ks for Oakland tonight, giving the Astros 56 in their first 4 games. Jason Castro's 0 for 3. Yeah, it was Zito and San Francisco beating St. Louis 1-0. With the save from Romo. Scribner delivers ball 1. Trying to finish it up for Dan Straily, who went 6 2/3. The A's have left 11. The Astros have stranded 6. Matt Dominguez on deck. It's 2-0. Alex Sanabia and Miami beat the Mets 7-5. You think Giancarlo Stanton will be a Marlin much longer, Jeff?
I don't know. The way they sold off everybody else, you wonder what kept him there. I think he'd be a hot commodity.
Yep. You know, there aren't many guys headed for free agency anymore. Everybody's getting locked up on multi-year deals, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a couple years ago that it seemed like everybody was anti-multi-year deals, and now we're just firing out 7- and 8-year deals.
It is just crazy the way guys are signing these long-term contracts. Bouncer foul. Oh, no, it's a fair ball up the line. And now Castro heads for second base and is in with a stand-up double. He ends at 0 for 14 to open the season by getting a 9th inning 2-base hit.
That's nice to see for Jason. His catching looks really strong, and having watched him with the bat during the spring, he was so good. I have just had the feeling that he and some others on the club are getting ready to become a genuine, outstanding major league player, but this kind of start doesn't help.
I agree. It's just a matter of time. And I mean, I think that ball bounced on the chalk line twice, so luck might be turning around right here for Castro.
I swear, Jeff, that ball was headed to the right, and then it came back to the left.
It's baby steps. You got to take baby steps in this game and take advantage of this, those little victories that hopefully push these guys over the hump and get them hot.
Matt Dominguez singled in a run in the 7th. Well, you take a little luck to get out of a slump. Anybody will. There's ball 1.
Well, it makes up for a night. You look on the other side of the scorecard, and you've got Nate Fryman, who's hit 3 lasers and has nothing to show for it.
That's where it really gets tough.
Dominguez looks at it. Pitch by pitch.
Well, a look at that last at bat through our pitch by pitch presented by Steel Dealers, and we're talking about Matt Dominguez. Drop down right-hander on the hill, finally gets that breaking ball left up, shoots it through the left side, but obviously one of those at bats where you just have to battle and just try to pick up the baseball.
2-1 to Dominguez. Castro at second. That was hit number 8 for the Astros. The A's have 10 hits. Strike evens the count at 2-2. Foul back. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Marwin Gonzalez is on deck. Well, there's so much emphasis on opening night, and it went so well for the Astros. Just a perfect evening for them. Then opening night quickly fades.
Yeah, the harsh reality of baseball kicks in immediately. Doesn't let you bask in that glory too often.
No. Diving play by Reddick, and that's a fair ball, and Castro will get to third, and it's a looping double for Dominguez. Reddick laid out for it. The ball was fair when he touched it, and it's second and third now, and 1 out.
Extend this inning a little bit. Make the reliever throw a couple more pitches, maybe take him out of the loop tomorrow evening. Just a good job of fighting it off.
Sometimes if you can get these pop flies to drop, get some dribblers to bleed for you, really helps out in getting you going. But watch Castro at second base there. I think he could have extended that lead a bit more and maybe scored on this double.
I agree, knowing that you can't anticipate the right fielder laying out, but at the same time, with the right fielder running that far towards the line and going away from second base, still might have a chance to scamper back.
With that dive, you can see it coming from down on the field. Tough time to get up and fire.
Marwin Gonzalez looks at that one.
Yeah, not in any way implying that you go as this ball is going down the right field line, but just extend the lead as much as possible.
Yeah, don't hang 10 feet from the bag. Maybe get about halfway to 3/4 of the way and get, judging on your own speed to get back.
Gonzalez with 2 hits tonight. Now it's a 2-1 count.
Yeah, the first and ninth places in the order have done pretty good for the Astros. Altuve hitting .467, and now Marwin batting an even .500.
Well, you do take baby steps as you talk about, and another hit puts the Astros in double digits for hits tonight. That would be a step forward.
Strike makes it 2-2 now.
Another hit here puts a couple of runs on the board, and you have to get better and better.
And the fact that they're not giving in right here and are battling in some of these at-bats and putting the ball in play, that's where you got to give the credit to those guys for not completely shutting it down and just packing it in and going home.
Bouncer up the middle. Lowry to his left. Throws, and the run scores to make it 8-3. RBI for Gonzalez. His first. Castro scoring. Dominguez taking third. And out number 2.
That's a good example of why you don't want to strike out.
Yeah.
No matter the situation, put the ball in play. But right there is a great job of him putting that ball in play and getting that RBI with the man at third, less than 2 outs.
You know what? That's a good point. There are times where a strikeout really doesn't matter. But there are others, and you work on it during batting practice. Man on third base, less than 2 outs. We all do it all the time as a player, and it's a mandate. You've got to make contact.
Altuve's been on 3 times, a pair of singles, an RBI with one of those, and a walk.
2 balls. See Altuve taking those walks.
Yes, that was his first walk of the year.
That would be the one, maybe the lone area where you could say he could definitely stand to move forward.
And he has said he would like to.
But if I swung the bat as well as he does, I'd go up there swinging too. You can't blame the guy. It's just the counts don't get there, and he finds better pitches earlier in the count to get base hits on.
You know what he does? He makes solid contact when he swings, and that's kind of hard to get around.
Lays off that one, has 3-1. Grant Balfour is up in the bullpen. He's the closer for Oakland. Astros with 9 hits have tied their output from opening night, which is their best of the young season. Crack to second. Sogard over to first, and the A's win this one 8-3 to capture the opener of this 3-game series. Their record moves to 3-2. And they are now 6-1 against the Houston Astros in all the games they have played. And now as new rivals in the AL West. Game 1 of this season series goes to the A's. Final score 8-3 Oakland.